Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Millz here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nusswash Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Red Small make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich. Jones one, they're all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Loshak, legendary sports handicap mode, dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio is all. There's a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Wednesday, February 4th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. To Super Bowl week. We have our big Super Bowl Pub Hub video coming out in the next 24 hours. Our cappers are sending in videos now. We're putting it all together. And I love how it's coming together. So we're very excited about that. Of course, we'll be live for the Super Bowl. So, some of you guys may go to Super Bowl parties. Others, you can rock with us, man. Who wants to watch the Super Bowl with a bunch of people who don't care about the Super Bowl? They're there for the commercials. Want to sit beside them? Maybe if they're very hot. But if they're not hot, let's rock and get that cash together. All records up to date for all the cappers on the show. And we have a massive, wonderful show. AM Sports Picks capping this NHL card. We only have 2 days of the National Hockey League left before the enormous Olympic break. Then all focus on the show will really be on the hardwood and basketball, although we will be capping Olympic hockey. NCAA basketball, we have Daby Cab and Wine Time Sports. Wine Time will be hanging with me in NBA. And we have Prop Shop with MMA Locker Room for the National Hockey League as well. I'm pumped up. Thank you guys for joining us. I'm ready to rock, man. We got Justin McKelvey, Alabama, Texas A&M, and Baylor -7. I'd love to see that. Baylor is then the corner of Stacks and Bag Boulevard, saturated in the house. A-Stead says SMU still can't be the top 50 team. 2-12 versus top 50 opponents. Great to have you here, Sham. Ready to get to work. Big Zo, whom we love dearly. Man, be nice to have Big Zo rocking with us at Pub 5. Speaking of Pub 5 not far away, man. We are getting closer to Pub 5, so we're going to start talking about some of the events here as we get closer. The midget wrestling on Friday night is in. There will be 3 fights at this point inside the Southtown 101, which will be turned into a wrestling ring, the inside. Now, not the back. In the back, we'll have all our TVs, our studio, and we'll be, placing heavy wagers. But in the front, there will be going on. We'll also have the poker tournament. We have a whole bunch of things to talk about. We're really excited. I get in on Wednesday. Spoon gets in on Wednesday. Find out when Loshak gets in. TJ gets in on Wednesday. Figure out when the Zertucci's are coming in. Wine Time. We'll ask him and all of that. But can't wait to rock with you guys here at Pubapalooza of 5. A Philly Eagle Flyer in the house. There's the Nuke Workers. There's only 62 college basketball games today. I'm looking forward to cap these games. So I've made 13 bets. We have Spooner's action. We have a bunch of games that I almost moved on that I didn't. We're going to talk about most of them. But we went through all 62 of them, and I know you did too, Nuke, so we'll be hammering that. AOD in the house. Michael Johnson, Nordy. Got to keep him saturated on his Illini. -12.5. AOD in the house. We got the Goracle. And Goracle will be rocking with us with Olympic hockey coming up soon. Ronnie Lofton ready to get to work. Great to see all of you guys. Thank you for joining us. Got Nasty Nate May anytime touchdown +260. Saturday says the NBA parlay party continues. There's Wine Time Sports in the house. Dougie Wise ready to get that cash. Ronnie Lofton says I stay home to watch Super Bowl with the PSR crew yearly. We love it, Ronnie. We love it, man. I ain't going nowhere. I'm right here with you guys, so I'm rocking with you. 49 more days, says Nasty Nate. Let me put that at the top of my worksheet. 49 more days here. Mr. Big Show picks there. We have Swiggy, Daniel Hernandez here as well. Let's see this. Doesn't oh yeah, that's Miss Big Show, of course. I said Mr. Big Show. It's Miss Big Show. Thank you for joining us, Miss Big Show. We love it. Are you going to tell us some stories about Big Show hunting? Any stories that we need to know about? Usually you come in here and let us know that something has gone wrong with Big Show that you find humorous. We'd love to know if that's the case. Miss Big Show in the house. Daniel Hernandez, Super True Story. Kent Davies, Matty Ice, Philly Eagle Flyer. Great to see all of you guys. Daniel Hernandez says, what's the Super Bowl lock? We know there's no such things as locks. But look, I'm on the Patriots +6 at -120 and the Patriots team total over 19.5 -130. There are player props I like. I like Kenneth Walker under 98.5 rushing receiving. I do like Drake May over 37.5 rushing. I'm not sure what to do with those. I'm not going to make them full unit plays. If I only bet 100, will I care on it? I don't know. I don't know what to do with those props. Maybe I use it for at SGP. We'll talk all about that. Robert McCormick, Kong's Clips in the house. Kong's Clips will be starring in our big Super Bowl video, and so will, I hope, our next guest. I hope we get a video in from him as well. I'm looking forward to cap this beauty NHL card, juicy NHL card. Please welcome one of our stars of NFL Pub Hub, one of our stars in our chat and in our Discord, and capping Wednesdays here in NHL. Great day capping NHL for him yesterday. Cashed that Leafs at plus 160, went 3-1 on the show with Mr. Peter Loshak, and here for more glory. Please welcome our friend AM Sports Picks. AM, what's good, man? How are you?
I'm good. Ready to get at this card. It's a big card.
It is a big, juicy card, my friend. It is a big, juicy card. Okay, Miss Big Show. I knew she had something for us. She said, ask him about me shaving his back. Okay, thank you. Miss Big Show comes in. You know she's got something for us. I was like, okay, just give it a little push. Yes, I will copy and paste that, Miss Big Show. We'll bring it up at Pubapalooza 5. How about that? That will be the time for it. You want us to talk about that when we're liquidated heavily in the scissor. Let me copy and paste that. Yes, I will. I will ask about you shaving his back. Kong's Clip says in striking distance of first place in the confidence pool, 3 points back. Just my 2 cents. About to record his Super Bowl action as well. Nasty Nate says Bruins smash. I did time this poorly. Mark Navarez in the house as well. Let's get and Philly Eagle Flyer says if Sabres could have won, he would have hit a plus 2,600 that he had on X. Oh, Philly Eagle Flyer. I only had him plus 185. But as everybody knows, the swing of not cashing a plus 185 banger and losing that bet, of course, the Lightning scored with 20 or 30 seconds left, and then they won it in overtime. Now, it was Gensel scored, and then right after that, we had Horvat that scored for us on the Islanders. It was 30 seconds or 45 seconds apart. Both announcers, when it was Gensel's got the game on his stick. Gensel scores. And then Horvat's got the game on his stick. And thank God Horvat scored. My overtime and shootout record is just horrific this year.
Yeah.
We have T-Moss in the house. T-Moss says in the waiting room, not sure what's going on your way, T-Moss, but thinking about you, man. I hope everything is okay, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Let's get to work. AM. We start with the Boston Bruins 32-20-4, 11-12-3 on the road at Florida Panthers 28-24-3, 14-13-3 at home. Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida. And A-Stead had the same thing happen. That was it was not enjoyable here. I said that I would get to the black by the Olympic break. 2 days away, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen. I'm going to be firing shots here. I timed this shot extremely poorly. The Bruins have been very good to me this year. They're a good young hockey team. No Lindholm, no Zacha, no problem. They've been playing good hockey. Now, they did lose in the outdoor game, which was an absolute classic, 6-5 in a shootout, up 5-1 before things fell apart. That snapped their 2-game winning streak. They've had a couple days off now. That was on the 1st, so 2 days off fully, and now they play here at Florida. So they stayed, in Tampa, or in Florida, I should say. So it's not been much travel. The Panthers are desperately seeking a break. They've lost 4 straight games, and they need a break very, very badly. I timed this very poorly, and I figured the move maybe was saying that Korpisalo is in. Is that the case?
It's not confirmed from what I see, but Swayman, he got lit up pretty good last game, so it wouldn't surprise me, especially with Swayman should be headed to the Olympics, so
yeah, maybe that's it. I thought it was probably because either Bennett, Marchand, and Lundell, who are all day to day, that 1, 2, or 3 were going to give it a go. We know Bennett is now on Canada's Olympic team, which we're all very pleased with. No question. No, we didn't dislike Cirelli, but you need Bennett out there. Of course, Seth Jones, who's been out for a while now. Barkov, Kulikov, Nosek, Gadjevich. Seth Jones got hurt in Florida's outdoor game. So that's the situation here. A huge injury issues here for Florida. Who will be in, who will be out. I timed this horribly. All I had to do was wait in 8 minutes or so. At the time I moved on this, I was beating the line move. I got the Bruins at plus 115. This has turned out to be a disaster. And I was hoping this wasn't sharp action that was moving the line. I was hoping it was Korpisalo. It's now plus 128 everywhere. So that's very, very disappointing. And then from a total side of things here, we've got a 6.5. It's minus 110 to the under. This opened up at 6, minus 116 to the over. We now have a 6.5. Take it away, AM. I'm not pleased here. Thank you, Deacon. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Oh, Korpisalo confirmed. Okay. Well, that makes me feel better. So that line move is based upon Korpisalo being in net. Marchand is out. And Slatsy has information for us for the Habs game, but let's hit this one. Take it away, AM. Bruins, Panthers, Sunrise, Florida.
Yeah, this is I see he's confirmed now. This is a kind of a tricky game. My initial reaction was Bruins off the way they lost. I mean, I would want to bet them. But I was on the Leafs last night just because things were they had some momentum. It was their last game. I thought they, based on where they were, they'd probably, have some extra effort, just want to finish going into the break on a high note. Panthers are probably the more desperate team here. There is a system that points to the Panthers. I just can't play them at this price. But I'm really split on just this game entirely. I think you can make pretty strong arguments towards both ways. I think the Bruins is definitely a little bit more risky now with Korpisalo, but I mean, the way they lost, I mean, there's something to be said about that. So I don't have anything on this game, even totals wise. This is a complete pass for me. Like I said, I think you can make a strong case on either side. So nothing for me though.
Yeah, I mean, can Florida turn it on here in the last game before their break? Possibly.
They do have lightning on deck, so I mean that is a bit. That's what I mean. There's a lot to this. It could be a look ahead spot as well. It's just man, Florida. So they meet like the best system that I've been using. It's incredible, but they don't meet it by price, so it's a pass. I mean, they met it last game too, but I'm not going to bet it if they don't meet the full criteria for it. So. It's tough. I mean, they're at the bottom of the division, so I just don't know. Again, do you think it's Bruins show up off that nasty loss, or are Panthers going to be in full desperation mode because I don't know. It's tough game.
Big show in the house. Great to see you, buddy. Dutch Boy Fresh joining us as well. Great to see you, Dutchy. Well, I'm on the Bruins. I got a bad number. I'll deal with that. I've been very impressed with how they played hockey so far this year. And for some reason, I didn't have that in my notes that they were playing at Tampa tomorrow night. So that's important. Thank you for adding that here. I'm on the Bruins. Let's roll on to the second game on our card. Chicago Blackhawks 22-25-9, 10-11-4 on the road at the Columbus Blue Jackets 28-20-7, 14-8-4 at Home Nationwide Arena in Columbus, Ohio. I was on the Jackets last night. That was your only loss last night on the Loshak Show with the Devils. I'm a big believer in the Columbus Blue Jackets. I think that the time, I don't know about the Everson to bonus. I don't know the inside outs of that, but I like their roster. And I think that they're the kind of hockey team that can menace quite often. The fact, though, here is we have the second half of a back-to-back. We have a Bruins squad that is, clearly scuffling. We do have, we expect Spencer Knight to be in net. Jet Greaves will be in net. Jet Greaves been great this year. 17, 12, and 6, 2.69 goals against average, 908 save percentage, 1 shutout here. And they just beat the Blackhawks 4-2. I mean, that was 5-6 days ago. I'm a little hesitant to back Columbus here, but it's Columbus or no bet, and maybe I shouldn't be hesitant. Let's take a look at the line history and hand this over to a.m. We have a 6. This opened up at 6.5 juice to the under. Now it's a 6 juice to the over. And then on the money line here, we have Columbus minus 140. They opened up minus 143, got up to minus 147, down to 138, now sitting at minus 140. Take it away for us here, AM Blackhawks Jackets.
Yeah, there's conflicting systems for me on this game, so nothing for me on the side. But man, if you get in front of this Blue Jackets team, I wish the best for you. But they're hot. I mean, it's hard to step in front of them. I'd imagine they're fully motivated. I mean, it's been incredible what they've been doing, but I imagine they're not, wanting to lay off the gas pedal here. They want to finish the break strong. Probably a great team to bet against once hockey returns, for the NHL at least. But it'd probably be a small lean on the Blue Jackets. The price is a little weird, but like I said, I think there's some arguments for Chicago as well. But the over, I think the over is probably a pretty decent look. I know it's Jet Greaves, but both teams play to the over in this situation. Blackhawks on the road are an over team, and Blue Jackets are just an over team typically in general as well. So I'd probably, I think the way I'd play it if I was going to is the over, but I got nothing official on this one.
And it's just you find the Jackets too expensive.
Yeah, I mean, I have conflicting winning systems on both sides, and so when it gets messy like that, I just stay away. It has nothing to do with Columbus being too expensive. I just don't want to get I don't want to, when like I said, I have conflicting signs on like that. I just easy to stay away. I mean, Blue Jackets are on a back-to-back. I'm just going to stay away here. But, just like if I was looking at it from the X's and O's, yeah, I mean, Blue Jackets hot with Jet Greaves in that. I mean, seems like a good bet to me.
I think that, the Blackhawks have, interestingly enough, have played 5 road games since January 1st. So they're even worse than their statistical profile, illuminates. They've only played 25 road games all year. They've been pretty good on the road. But, I think the Columbus probably should be bet on the -1 line. Let's roll on it to Habs Jets Canada Life Center in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Habs 31-17-8, 15-6-7 on the road. Jets 22-25-8, 12-10-5 at home. Or Canada Life Center in Winnipeg, Manitoba. So we could feel the pain that our friend Slatsy was feeling when he told us that Montembeault was confirmed. 3.46 goals against average, .869 save percentage. Everything that Montembeault has done has been ugly. Now, he went down to Laval and played pretty well. Let's just get those exact numbers before I say that. I don't want to. Let's have this be proven that he played well down in Laval. Because, something's wrong with him when he plays for the Habs, and he played well in Laval. 2 games, 2.53 goals against average. He only allowed the 5 goals. 904 save percentage. Okay, he played okay. I think this might be a little too much for him. Facing the Jets, I believe, are a bet-on team. That hasn't helped me. Often when I want to fade the Habs, I just stay off. I think they're a tricky team to break down. They're coming off that 4-3 overtime loss at Minnesota on Monday. They look good in that hockey game. I was thankful that Minnesota took care of business. I had them live as well, and then I pushed on the -1 line. That stopped their 3-game losing streak here. And then we have the Jets coming off the road trip, and that's why I haven't moved on them. That was a long road trip, 4 games at New Jersey, at Tampa, at Florida, at Dallas. They fly home yesterday, and they have to play immediately. Like, there's nothing now that Montembeault is in. That could be the first time where I'm like, okay, I see some appeal, with Montembeault in. Let's take a look at this line history here. We have the Jets open up at plus 101. They're now minus 107. You would expect that not to be based on sharp action, but based upon, who is in net. This 6 is minus 120 to the over. It opened up minus 110 to the over. There's a lot of pressure on Montembeault. He's going to have this 3.5-week Olympic break where, he's going to have to go back down to Laval. I don't think he's I would like to fade him. Here, back Hellebuck. Hellebuck's not been very good. He's allowed 3 or more goals in 4 straight games. He's lost 6 of his last 7. 2.87 goals against average, 901 save percentage over that stands up, which is what he's got a 901 save percentage all year. So he's just playing average hockey, 3-time Vezina Award winner. Take it away for us here, my man. I'm very interested in your thoughts. Habs, Jets.
I'm on the Jets. Just snap winning streak, so it's just a no-brainer bet for me. I just instantly bet it. Canadiens are the better team. I'm not convinced the Jets are the better team at all. It's not what the bet's about, but it's just a system I use. Bet against teams after a 3-game winning streak or more has been snapped. I think the books set the lines to attract Canadiens money. I think they're going to take a lot of Canadiens action. That's one thing. It was even like with the Senators last night. The books know who the goalie is. I think before anyone else does. So when they make a line and it looks too good to be true, which I would say this kind of is, it's probably for a reason. So with Montembeault in that, I'll take my chances with the Jets here at home. And it's a good spot. So I got him at a minus 110. Timed it a little poorly. I was afraid that the line was I saw a little bit of movement to the Jets initially last night. So I jumped on before, I thought maybe it wouldn't be a pick 'em price. Still is. I could have got a little bit of reduced juice, but I'm on the Jets here.
So the 4-game trip, do you deem it not long enough to be too big of a problem?
No, it's just not the way I do the betting with the NHL. I'm just, if I got a system like that, that's been, great for me all season, I'll just bet right into it. It was great last night. I think it'll continue to be good all season.
Okay. I've got a lot to think about. I'd like to join you. I mean,
the books are clearly taking. I mean, and I get it. The Canadiens, again, the X's and O's. Canadiens are the better team. You would take them all day. They're miles above this Jets team. But this Jets team at home, I'll take him in this situation.
Huh.
I pick them price too. I mean, that's another thing that's interesting. I mean, when you see these two teams, it shouldn't be a pick 'em price.
Yeah, I'm higher on the Jets than others. But I know it's a vividness bias. I know that's the problem, and that's been a problem all year. It hasn't cost me too much, but I understand that situation. Let's roll on. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Minnesota Wild, Nashville Predators. Kristen Hess, great to see you. Wager Detective in the house. Kong, have a great day, man. Thank you for jumping in. Double Fire says really likes the over in the Bruins Panthers game. I get it. I'm not an over better, Double Fire, but I had to bet the over in Minnesota Nashville. I thought for sure that this, because we've been watching Justin McKelvey crushing the NHL totals, and I thought for sure Justin. Oh, here we go. Is that? Yeah, he's got the over 6.5 minus 103. This was a 6 at minus 125. And it made no sense. It opened at minus 120. It made no sense. It made no sense that I almost was like, you know what? This is just too easy. These don't, And also, huge CLV in totals, I have a negative ROI. The bigger the CLV for whatever reason in total, in NHL, only NHL, I have a negative ROI. But I was like, come on. When I saw that it was minus 125 at 365 and it was moving fast offshores, sharp offshores, they were moving it so fast. I was like, and 365 was, and I was like, okay, I'll bet the over 6. Nashville's on the first of a back-to-back. They play at Washington tomorrow. Wild 33-14 and 10, 16-8 and 3 on the road. Predators 26-23 and 6 15-12-2 at home. Big Show, she's great, man. We love when she drops by. We love her, man. We love when she drops by. We always love it. So the Predators' last game was insane. Saros looked horrible. The Blues were up 5-1. And I had already bet the Predators live. And I told you guys that I have a rule about it. I never bet it twice, ever. I will never do it. I have to stay very strict. It's the only way I've found continued success live betting. I bet the team that I like, that I believe is a favorite, down one. I've been messing. I've had a problem with dogs. I don't like betting dogs live when they go down. It's always with my favorites that I have my success with. So I've started this new thing. I told you guys about it maybe a couple months ago, where I will only bet a dog live plus 2.5. That's been working, but it's a much smaller sample size, and I've got to see it kind of play out. So Saros gets lit up. Noonan comes in, and Nashville scores 5 straight goals. Stamkos scores his 26th and 27th. They weren't even that nice goals. I mean, they're kind of lucky, kind of bouncy goals, but they completely took over the momentum. Won in regulation. They were ahead with 10 minutes left in the game after being down 5-1 halfway through the game. It was nuts. So how are they going to follow that? Saros is back in net. So that's the situation here with the Predators. And again, they're on the first of a back-to-back. They're coming off this miracle comeback, and they're facing a Wild team that's now won 4 straight hockey games. I've been on them throughout this, and it's not been that fruitful. I did not bet them against Edmonton, and I had them on the -1 line in all 3 games. So 2 of those were pushes, and then the one was a casher with Calgary. Now, I have been betting them live as soon as they go down each and every game as well. And I know Bobano's been betting their overs, first period over and full game over every time they play. So now this 6.5 is -121 to the over. It's crazy. It's insane. It's -124 to the over at a very sharp offshore there. I see -128 to the over at a different one. How did this open up at 6 and -120? It makes me very nervous, but look, I bet it. Then we have the Wild at -122. They opened up -125. I would like to fade the Predators in this spot and back the Wild, but I'm hesitant to do so. The Wild have not made anything look easy. The Wild are dealing with injuries to 3 defensemen right now. And, they've got a couple back. Wow. Okay, so it's just Brodin and Hunt out now. Okay, well, that's helpful. Foligno out as well, and Hunt and Foligno are day-to-day. Hunt is more of a depth defenseman. Nashville is very healthy. Haig's been out for a little while. Take it away here for an AM Wild Predators.
Sure. I wanted to make one other note, something I missed. So the Blackhawks Blue Jackets game, this is just something to keep in mind. The Blackhawks have a pretty recent revenge. They lost on the 30th, so just something to keep in mind. Lost at home to the Blue Jackets. So, so as far as this game though, I am on the Predators. Another system here. Bet against a team that scored 4 goals or more in each of their last 3 games, and they're now on the road. So I'm gonna ride this hot little Nashville team right now. I think they're gonna come in here with a little bit of momentum off that game they really shouldn't have won. And I wouldn't be surprised if Wild's looking ahead to the Olympics here. I think this Wild team, they've been winning games, but the underlying stats, they really haven't been playing that well. They've kind of been getting carried by the fact that they do have a lot of all-star talent on their team that can kind of just single-handedly win games in crucial moments. But with that being said, I also think Predators have also been playing really good. I think they've been actually a team that's been playing really well. They may not be seeing quite the same success that the Wild have, especially of recent, but underlying stats definitely are saying that they've been playing some very good hockey. But Yeah, we also have Saros confirmed. I don't know who it is who's going to be confirmed for the Wild. I have no idea on that, but Saros off. I think he got pulled last game, right?
Yeah, he got pulled down 5-1.
So wouldn't be surprised if we see him kind of have one of his better performances. I'm on the Predators money line plus 111.
Predators money line plus 111 here for AM. I have some interest in the Wild. I'm going to have interest in the Wild in every game they play, but you're absolutely right. They're not playing very well. It's just pure skill that's eking out these wins. They're and they obviously
working now. I don't know if that kind of stuff can work, especially against lesser quality opponents, but that stuff always across all sports, it dries up eventually, and you got to be able to win as a team. So,
well, I am and Maddie, I say Wild last game before the break. I imagine they'll be excited to end on a high note. Nashville still has another game tomorrow, and it's a road game. Wild smash spot. In his opinion, they play like that versus Wild. No way they come back. I wonder what Saros is going to do. I've been disappointed in him for 3 years now. I'll have to sit on that here. So let's roll on. We have Sharks, Colorado Avalanche, Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado here. And we have MMA Locker Room Millz Prop Shop action. He's going to be joining us live. He'll be joining us here shortly for this game. Sharks 27-23-4, 13-14-1 on the road. Colorado Avalanche 36-9-9, 23-4 at home. We're at Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. Slatsy says Sharks 0-10 last 10 games in Colorado, and Natchez is out for the Avs. Colorado hasn't looked very good. They haven't looked very good. Obviously, the Landeskog injury hurt them. They were out without Devon Taves. Devon Taves is back. We still don't know if he's going to play in the Olympics because he's waiting for the birth of a child right now. And he said that will take priority. And, everybody is welcome to have their own priorities, but Landeskog, Natchez out. Jacob McDonald, depth defenseman, out with a hip injury. And LOC Logan O'Connor has been out for some time for the Avalanche. The San Jose Sharks here have been dealing with injuries all year, and it has not hurt them. Now, Kiefer Sherwood is out. He was a nice pickup at the deadline. He is out. Ryan Reeves is out. That you're better without Ryan Reeves. I mean, maybe you want him out there once in a while just to keep Celebrini safe, but not often. Ty Dellandrea out. So both teams dealing with injuries. The Sharks are not, and this is the end of their road trip. Right, this is the end of the Sharks road trip, I believe. Let me double check that. I was going over this game last night because I bet Sharks first period all the time, plus a half. It's one of my highest ROI bets of the year, but I was hesitant to do so. Not only is it the end of a road trip, but they have the Olympic break coming up after this, and then are they going to be? They've lost 3 straight games. I just didn't know how to. I didn't feel like trusting them. And why? Well, the Avalanche are coming off being shut out by the Red Wings. They finally bounced back, beating up on the Red Wings 5-0, and they answered that by being shut out. They've lost 3 of 4. They've lost 5 of 7. They've lost 7 of 10 games. So I just felt kind of transfixed in this game. I wasn't exactly sure how to move. We think it's going to be Nedeljkovic, who has been better than Yaroslav Axe about me. Mackenzie Blackwood is listed, but he's not confirmed at this point. And when we get into the line history here for this spot, here we go. When we get into the line history for the spot, we have Colorado minus 260. They opened up at minus 310. I agree with them that the Avalanche are not playing like a team that should be minus 300 against anybody in the National Hockey League. And then from a total standpoint here, we have a 6.5 minus 130 to the over. Open up minus 120 to the over. 10 cents of movement to the over. Blackwood is confirmed, says our guy Swiggy. Matty Ice has an SGP here. Avs money line. Makar 2 or more shots on goal, and Lehkonen 2 or more shots on goal here. Take it away for us, AM, and then we have Prop Shop coming up right after this. Take it away, Sharks Avalanche.
Yeah, we're starting to get into the real stinkers of the card, and I'm on some picks that are going to make me nauseous tonight. So This is one of them. I did take the Sharks money line. There's two systems pointing me towards them. Same system that we were able to cash on with the Flyers last time is when a team is priced as a heavy favorite, they get upset by a team with odds of plus 170 or greater, which the Red Wings were last game. Bet against them, and so that's what I'm doing here. I think the real takeaway for it is, like you said, the Avalanche they will probably win this game. I get it. Sharks have not been playing very good, but the Avalanche at the same time should not be priced like this, at least not right now. This price is crazy. I think it's because the books know they're going to get Avalanche action, so they want to protect against it. But regardless, this is a team that's won 3 out of their last 10 games, and they're getting priced like this is crazy. I wonder if the Sharks have this game little circled. Could have been why they really weren't all that competitive against the Blackhawks. They came up here earlier in the season, lost 6-0. I think Sharks, again, Avalanche are top team, especially in the West, but probably the NHL. When teams come to play them, they're going to get their best effort because this is a measuring stick game. So I'm on the Sharks money line at plus 247.
Sharks money line plus 247. What kept you off the first period plus a half?
It's just not the way I typically bet, but I think it's a good look. Honestly, there's nothing I have really against it. Just not the way I normally go about things.
Because we were both on it for a casher a month
ago. That was because Loshak brought it up in the show that day. But yeah, I don't hate those looks at all. I think it's a good bet.
I love them, but Colorado coming out being shut out, playing so poorly, it just nothing really appeals to me here. But let's bring in our next guest. We have the Millz Prop Shop from MMA Locker Room. I brought my Long Beach hat to represent for my man Millsy, North Side Long Beach. Millsy, how are you, my man?
Oh man, shout out to the chat, man. You got the Long Beach hat. I was about to pull the sweater out just so we could match, but I figured, hey man, I might as well wear the shirt that got us here for the work.
I love it, man. I love it. Excited to hear your prop shop action here for Sharks Avalanche. Jose, let's give our man Millsy full screen, and Money Millz, take it away.
All right, man. Now, when you look at this game, right, you got 2 star players on each side. I mean, you got the GOAT right there, Nathan McKinnon right there, leading the league right now on goals first, with that being said. But the young guy on the other side is the guy that I'm going to war with, man. Macklin Celebrini. Let's talk about him for a minute. Career-wise, just against the Avalanche, he's averaging 4.2 shots on goal per game. Primary shot driver for the Sharks. Leading shot generator too. Consistency against the Colorado Avalanche. 4 games played, 17 shots total. Value, role, that's where he's going to be heavy at. All situations, he's going to be offensively in play. Power play, top offensive zones, positional shifts. Not just that. The puck is like a magnet with Macklin Celebrini. It just stays attracted to him once he's on the ice. Colorado goalies, they're good. Matter of fact, they're fucking elite, man. Let's talk about it for a minute. You do got who we got out there? Backwood and Wedgwood, I want to say. But they do struggle when you get a dangerous player like Macklin. Macklin's been over 3.5 shots on goal at an 80% clip. His last 5 games, 19 shots total. Now, San Jose, they're actually a little bit dangerous in the power play. 38 shots at that angle. 27 wins. Man, I actually think they could cover the puck line too. I got it at plus 102. Shop around for the best time and the best line. But Macklin Celebrini is as advertised. That's the play on the ice.
Our guy Millsy, while you're still here, Jose, if we could drop the banner for NHL. Millsy, tell us a little bit very quickly here, because I know we got to get back in NHL, but tell us about UFC live stream on Saturday night. Tell us a little bit about what you guys did on Locker Room Talk podcast.
Yeah, man, we was able to get the, Locker Room Talk podcast parlay out for you guys. Another winner, 2 weeks back to back, plus units for the podcast. Now, last week, That was just a little warming tip. This week, we got it cooked up for you guys, man. A lot of plus money plays out there. We got 2 cent already live with 4 bets. We're locking in a lot of bets because it's Super Bowl week, right? So you know what you got to get right, and that's the fights, man. So after you guys are done watching this, make sure you guys watch the podcast that we just dropped 2 nights ago, man. Already got the views and the comments up. So hit the hype button, hit the like button. And yeah, man, this week, definitely, man, we got some plays to get you guys paid.
I love it, Millsy. Celebrini over 3.5 shots. I'm going to pop our guy, MMA Locker Room's X handle here in the chat. Hit this link. Support MMA Locker Room. Support the videos that he is when he's interviewing the stars of MMA. They're great. Support those and support Locker Room Talk Podcast. That's his X handle here. Thank you for rocking with us, Millsy. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody watching this, man. You guys know already, man. Jimmy the Bag, he pulls up all type of cappers, man. That's why, honestly, we're a fucking community, man. They don't sell bets. We don't sell this. Some people do, but this is the point, man. People that's on this show right now started off in the chat. A lot of people did, and they get the opportunities, you know. So if you guys like this type of content, the only thing we do is ask one thing: become a member. Like and subscribe. Shout out to the producer behind the chat because, hey, man, all we do is cash. See you guys next time.
There he is, MMA Locker Room in the house, backing Celebrini over 3.5 shots, plus 102. And AM, we roll on Detroit Red Wings, Utah Mammoth. The Mammoth, the opportunities to fade them without Gunther are gone. Gunther's back, but they paid. And that's how... They're such an interesting hockey team, Mammoth, right now. They're playing very clean, accountable hockey, and they just don't have the snipers. Sergachev is playing at an elite level right now on defense, but they just don't have the snipers. Logan Cooley's been out of the lineup for a while. You take Gunther out as well, and now all of a sudden their power play does nothing. Their power play right now is at 15.3%. Going up against this Red Wings power play, and penalty kill has been okay, but power play has been very, very strong throughout the year. Red Wings coming off back-to-back games against the Avalanche where they certainly held their own, you know, outscored the Avalanche over the 2 games 5-2. They lost 5-0 the first one, then bounced back with that 2-0 victory. That 2-0 bounce back, and we talk about, you know, backing the team that lost at home in a home in the second game unconditionally. And I didn't do it. I didn't do it here against Colorado. I was thinking, it's Colorado turned it on now. It's the same thing about backing teams that lose by 30 points. It doesn't matter that the Lakers were 9.5. I got to stop getting caught up in the line. Just back it every single time unconditionally if it works, like AM's doing with the trends and angles that feed his bankroll. So the Mammoth coming off a 6-2 win at home over Vancouver here. That was on the heels of losing 3-2 at Dallas. They had lost 3 of 4. They were having struggling scoring. I don't think that struggle will continue too much longer, but Detroit plays a very clean hockey game. So this is the final game for the Mammoth, their third game at home. It's a really great spot for them, honestly, but I still fear fading the Red Wings. The Wings snapped their 3-game losing streak. It felt like they put all their eggs in that basket. We have to beat the Avalanche. We have to step up. I wonder if they have something left here for Utah. Utah 16-8-2 at home. Yeah, North Side, Long Beach, JPC, my man. Great to see you. So Kerfoot's been out all year. Logan Cooley's been out for months. Nothing big there. Detroit's a very healthy group. They've been very healthy almost all year. It's just Edvinson, defenseman, who is out for them. Let's get into the line history here, because the more I talk about it, the more I want the Mammoth. This total is a 6. It opened up minus 106 to the under. Now it's minus 113 to the under. We've had a 7-cent move to the under. And then on the money line, we have the Mammoth now minus 127. This line has just moved very quickly over the last 2 hours towards Detroit. Take it away for us here. I could stay off. I could move on. It's just, I feel the same way about the Stars in the next game. The line's moved way heavier against the Stars, and I still have interest. I'm just not going to pull the trigger when the line's moving against me. Take it away for us here, my man, Wings Mammoth.
Yeah, I don't have anything myself on this game. Looking at the total, I think it's 6 correct. Red Red Wings like to play a little bit more towards the under on the road, and Mammoth at home a little bit more towards the over. So I think the 6 is fine. As far as the side, I think we've kind of been paying attention to it maybe 3 times. I still think this is probably an angle you could go after most of the season. The only thing that my initial reaction is, I don't want to be on the Mammoth here. I just think that teams that go into Colorado and win, and then it seems like pretty often the scheduling spot after that, it's a good time to fade teams. I've talked about it a few times. The Avalanche are the the measuring stick game. You're gonna give your best effort, but giving your best effort in back-to-back nights doesn't normally happen. So I definitely would be leaning towards the Mammoth here. I think this is a fair price for them. And I think there's probably going to be a lot of action coming in on Detroit just because of, what they did. They came in there and manhandled the Avalanche. I mean, so that's my thoughts on the game. I don't have anything official, but I think Detroit's a good team. It's just this is a spot I think that favors Utah.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm just going to let the market do its thing and kind of keep an eye on it, but I want the Mammoth here. I think the Mammoth finished this off strong. Who do they have going to the Olympics? I can't think of anybody. Do they have anybody going to I can't think of a single player on their team that's going to the Olympics because Sergachev, look at their best players. They're either, is Clayton Keller playing for America? Did he make the American team?
I don't know.
But they can put all of their eggs in this basket. Von Polo is wanting the Wings. Big Show wanting the Wings at plus money. All right.
I was going to say the only thing that would give me a little bit of pause, it is very difficult to be. If it's Gibson in that, I'd probably keep me away. I mean, Gibson has been unreal. He's been the number 1 goalie in the league by margin. That's not someone I would be wanting to bet against if he is confirmed. I don't know if I would be advocating to bet the Red Wings. It's just something that, if you're paying a favorite price, I probably wouldn't want to bet into it.
I'm interested in the Mammoth. And Big Show says standing on his head. You're absolutely right. Gibson. And that was predicted by the Goracle. It's something I did not expect. Matty Ice says after 3 straight losses, McClellan stressed and challenged his team to play 6 periods of hard hockey. You saw that first. You saw the first 3. I hear that, Matty.
It's a shocker that Gibson's not on the USA Olympic team. Honestly, I don't. I mean, he's looked far better than the goalies they got rostered. I mean,
yeah, and he's a vet, but it was Bill Guerin's call. I love the way Bill Guerin's managing. By the way, Minnesota's lucky. You have a coach who's willing, or a general manager willing to go all in, like we had with Anthopoulos. With the Blue Jays, you want a general manager that's willing to go all in. There's Old E in the house. Old E will be starring in our big Super Bowl Pub Hub video coming out here shortly. Let's roll on. 9:30 p.m. Eastern. St. Louis Blues 20-27-9, 7-16-3 on the road at the Stars 33-14-9, 15-7-3 at home at American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. Look, I want so badly to say I don't care about the market move. I just want to fade the Blues every single opportunity I get. But it's a lie if I told you I don't care. I care. And this line's moved so heavily against Dallas that at what point will it stop? This is a Dallas team that's winning every single game. And if you're betting them on the -1 line, you're not making a goddamn cent. They've won 5 straight games by a goal, 1 in a shootout, 1 in overtime. If you go back to their last loss, it was by a goal. So it's now the good thing is we've been able to get them, really good lines. We got them plus money against Vegas. Now they won in the shootout. They just played St. Louis, beat them 3-2 and 4-3. They were very close hockey games. So it's I don't quite understand why the market is so against backing Dallas here. Labushkin and Bichelle. Labushkin's a good defense. Bichelle's not bad, but they're not. They're both out. So that is for Dallas. I just want to line up to fade the Blues. I said it from the very first show this year, and I didn't follow up with it because people believed in the Blues. Robert Thomas right now with a leg injury. A lot of teams want him. The Red Wings want him. A lot of teams want him. I think he's a quality hockey player. Dylan Holloway out as well. They'll both be out until the end of the season. We can make it for sure, Von Polo. Absolutely, Von Polo. I'll love to have you a part of it. Here we go. Sorry. Okay, there we go. I will reach out. I could make that happen, VP. No problem. We'd love to have you a part of it. Okay, there we go. So that's the situation here. Let's get into the line history for the spot and hear what our guy AM's plan is. We have Dallas right now minus, is it 187? Wow. Minus 187. Got down to minus 183. This opened up minus 220. So still we got a 33-cent move towards the Blues, even though it's come back a little bit. And then from a total standpoint with a 6, it's minus 116 to the under. Familiarity breeds contempt. And if I could trust the goaltending that we see from the Blues, at this point, it's not confirmed. We have Ottinger likely, but Binnington, I don't know how he can be trusted. 866 save percentage, he's been terrible. And the 5 straight wins that Dallas has, Ottinger's won 5 straight, and he's been terrible. 877 save percentage through those 5 wins. DeSmith has been the best goaltender. Take it away for us here, AM. We have the Blue Stars.
Yeah, don't have a goalie confirmed. I mean, I hope it's hope for shit. I'm on the Blues here though. There's a system pointing me towards them here. Betting a road team coming off 2 straight losses versus a home team coming off 2 straight wins. The other thing is too, I think there's a few arguments you can make. Yeah, they've had 2 recent games where they lost, and they were both very close games. Even that last one they had on the 27th, I believe, I don't remember so the Blues had a massive comeback to just allow a goal in the last 20 seconds or something. The Blues haven't been winning games, but they've actually been competitive in all these games that they're losing. I think they may be able to get one across the finish line here. Not to mention, it's hard. I think you can make arguments on if it's going to be a positive or negative. But that Nashville game, they were up 5-0 or something like that, and 5-1, I think. And then to just piss that game away. I don't know if they're going to come in more demoralized off that, or if they're going to have, a little bit of fire under them, just, knowing that they just threw a game away for, no reason. So anyways, I'm on the Blues. I took them on the money line at plus 190 last night.
From a numbers place, it makes sense. But as this line moves towards St. Louis, I find Dallas more and more appealing.
I get it. I completely get it.
But I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to sit with this here. Let's roll on. On some of these spots, I did it with the Leafs game. I've been moving to 2.5 units just because I'm like, God, this was the Leafs when they played Calgary. I understand that Calgary's record is pretty good, 22-27-6. They're 14-10-4 at home. I know their roster. I know these players. I know they're young players. And it is weak. It is weak. They're in sell mode, and the Oilers just got embarrassed. Got embarrassed by the Leafs. The whole country up here was watching that game, and they got embarrassed. So here, I truly think this is the Oilers go down south a couple hours to Calgary and get an important victory. This is the team that, is fighting for their lives. They've lost more games. Now, this is including overtime losses, than they've won at this point. They're 28, 21-8. It's not a very good hockey team, but Calgary is bad, and Calgary will bring the best, the very best out of the Oilers because it's this huge rivalry. They get up to play Calgary. It's not like they don't think of this going to go play a shitty hockey team. Now, there was a time when Calgary as a dog was a must bet in this series. Must bet, because at that time, the Oilers would come down to Calgary and be minus 230 or minus 240. But everybody's watching the Oilers not play very well and lose, and I believe I'm going to be the benefactor of it. Yes, I was on the Oilers against the Leafs, which was unsettling because, as I said, the Oilers against the Flames was one of my biggest bets in NHL of the season. But I did it again here. So Oilers have lost 2 straight games. This closes out their Olympics before the Olympics. The Leafs coming off the 4-2 loss at Toronto. It's a pretty good spot for the Flames. It just doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me that the Oilers are on the second half back. None of this matters to me. This total is a 6.5. It's minus 120 to the under. There's been a 12-cent move to the under. It's a spot that AM's very interested in, so I'll let him talk on it. And I agree with it was a lean before. We'll see if he's moved on it. I moved on this before this line was available at offshores. And I knew that the offshores would probably give a better line. And I was like, I don't care. This has got to move in the Oilers' direction. It didn't. You could have got this at a better line than I bet it until 2 hours ago when it moved to minus 135. So it's only been a 4-cent move to the Oilers. Again, I don't care. I don't care. I bet 2.5 units. I got the Oilers money line, and I have the Oilers minus 1. So take it away for us here, AM Oilers Flames.
Yeah, thankfully I had a system pointing me towards the Oilers. I am on the Oilers as well. I got them at a minus 125 last night, which is the price or better I need them at. Betting on a team on the road after scoring 3 goals or less in each of those defeats. I think this is a good spot for the Oilers. I think last night that was a tough game for them. I think they're going to come out pretty pissed off. And what a good opponent to be pissed off against. Not to mention Calgary got the better of them in the last meeting. I like the Oilers here. Yeah, luckily I had that system to point me towards them. Optically as well, I just think this good Oilers spot is a fair price to bet them at, even on a back-to-back. It's fine. As far as the under, so I didn't post this, so it won't be official, but this is something I bet myself. When you see these two teams, you would probably think over, especially with the goalie situation for the Oilers. They just 2 games allowing 7 and 5 goals. Overs and the Oilers have been hand in hand. But the Oilers on the road are more of an under team. On the season, their average total goals in those games on the road are 1.3 less than at home. So at home, you definitely want to be betting overs, but on the road, definitely more of an under team. And then Calgary, just on both sides, they're an under team, and at home even more so, with an average total of 5.4. Their last meeting was a 3-2 game. First meeting was a 5-1 game. I think the 6.5 really was kind of a bad line. So I got the under 6.5 at minus 110. We'll see where it closes at. I really think the proper number should probably be a 6 with juice to the over. I think the 6.5, even with the goalie situation, this is going to be a tight game. Oilers have allowed too many goals. I think this is probably I could see this being a really tight game, but Oilers are going to be focused on stopping the goals that they've just continued to allow.
I completely agree. I really do. It's nerve-wracking betting an over. Betting an under in Oilers games. In that, could that hold me back? when was the last time the Oilers played a game where there was less than 7 goals scored? So they played 6 straight games. Now, interestingly enough, before that 6 straight games with over 7 or more goals scored, they had played what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games where there was not a game with more than 7 goals scored. 2 of those games had 7 goals. All the rest were unders. Interesting. I could get there. I don't want to get in the way of my investment. And again, now I have to bet the first period under with the full game under. Like, it's just when I don't do it, the first period under hits every single time. Like, I just have to
I think the first period, it's really tricky because I think the amount of games that can go over in the first period is just, it's like the first inning in baseball. It's just a notorious goals, points are scored. Because if it goes over or if it goes under in the first period, the under full game is pretty much a lock. But I think if it goes over in the first period, it can still go under full game. The second period, usually goals dry up. But
yeah, that my record with first period unders is better than my record with full game unders.
Oh, well, it's probably has a lot to do with. I mean, if you hit the first period unders, you're getting paid. I mean, it's juiced heavy always to the over.
I mean, the Chicago San Jose game, 9 goals were scored. Nothing happened in the first period, nothing, and then it explodes. I also 2 nights ago I had I forget which first period under it was. A goal scored 47 seconds left in the first period, and then Bedard scored with 3 seconds left, which actually gave me the push on the Blackhawks. That was Blackhawks Columbus, by the way. Okay, so is under 6.5 official?
No, that's a personal thing, but that's something if you like the look of it, you can tail on it. But
I'm interested. Matty Ice liking the Calgary team total under. I get it, but I'm very interested in joining on the unders here. Let's roll on. We got to get into college basketball, so let's roll on. We got 2 games left here. Next up, Vancouver Canucks, Vegas Golden Knights, T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas, Nevada. Vegas on the first of a home back-to-back. They host the Kings tomorrow night. Now, look, I want to fade the Canucks every single game possible. The Knights are on a real losing streak. It's very difficult to just say, okay, I don't care. The Canucks are so bad. I'm going to take the Vegas on the puck line anyways. I think that regardless, the Kings tomorrow night in Vegas are going to want to party. They're going to party in Vegas. They're going to be having it all set up to party in Vegas. They're going to have clubs. It's going to be so. I think that the Kings should be faded tomorrow. But what the hell do we do with this Golden Knight team that's just losing and losing and losing? I still expect to bet them on the puck line, but I did want to at least talk it out. 5 straight losses here, coming off a 4-3 loss at Anaheim on Sunday, February 1st. They lost back-to-back there, Seattle, and then Anaheim. And here they have the Canucks and Kings, and this is crucial for them to win these games. Vegas is sitting here at minus 283, opened up at minus 280. I think I'll bet them both nights, on the puck line tonight, and then on the -1 tomorrow night. That is my thought process behind it all. There's no real one thing that you can point to why Vegas has lost 5 straight. They've been dealing with these injuries for a long time. Howden, Sissons, Saad, they've all been out for a long time. So I don't. I think that the Canucks should just be faded every single opportunity that we get. Shout out to Made in Philly gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. Sean G receiving it. Thank you, Made in Philly, my man. So there we go. I want the Canucks on the puck line. Now Hedl is out again, of course. I mean, just Connor Garland is sick, but we do expect him to play. Hoglander, Besser, Rossi out, Demko out, Zeev Buem out. I mean, these. So I'm going to bet Vegas -1.5. Take it away.
Yeah, just another one of. I mean, I'm on a few games that I'm not happy to be on, but it is what it is. I am on the Canucks here. They just meet a system for me. 2 games didn't score 3 goals or more, so 2 games where they scored 3 goals or less, both losing efforts. So I'm on the Canucks. I think you kind of said something similar, but Vegas, three wins out of their last 10 games, and they're a minus 300. I know the Canucks are bad. I know they're the worst team in the NHL. I get it. But just from a numbers perspective, you got to look at probabilities, and Vegas probably wins this game. I get it, but a team that's won 3 out of their last 10 should never be a minus 300. There's no guarantees in sports. So I'm taking my chances here with the Canucks I got them at a plus 249 on the money line. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm expecting to lose, but sometimes these come through.
Yeah, no, and they came through. Canucks came through against the Ducks for you, so I get it. It's not, it's a tough situation. Hold your nose and press a button. I will be on the other side here with the Knights minus 1.5. Let's get into our final spot on the board. Now, I was so caught up in college basketball, which we're going to get into in 3 minutes, but I was so caught up. But I said, if Seattle loses to the Ducks, I got to bet them first period in full game. The Kings play at Vegas tomorrow night as well, so it's the first of a back-to-back. Seattle was playing great hockey. It was hard for me not to bet them last night. I stayed off, but it was very difficult. I've been backing Seattle and backing them. The Ducks are just playing, more than some of their parts. There's been a huge move towards Seattle. Open up at plus 171 now, at plus 145. I think it's imperative here to also bet the first period. I should have already bet it. This is a mistake that it's not already on my card. I believe in McCann. They've always had a really strong defense. It's just the forwards that have held them out. Beniers never took that next step. But I like them here on the second half of back-to-back off a loss against the Ducks. The Kings came back from a really long road trip. That was good. They looked good in this road trip. They came back. They've had the extra day, so they should be ready to go. I'm sure they're thinking about Vegas tomorrow night. So I am going to be betting Seattle first period in full game as soon as the show's over. I should probably already be on it. Take it away for us here, AM, our final spot on the board.
This is a game I have a system that says to bet the Kings here. I just can't because of the price. But this is a pretty important game for the Kings. If they win this, they overtake the Kraken in their position for the standings here. I agree. Kraken have been playing really, really good hockey. Earlier meeting, Kraken came into LA and beat the Kings. That was just in December. For me, it'd probably be Kings or pass. I just can't get there with the price. I get the the interest in Seattle. They've been playing incredible. I just think I just can't do it after dropping that game against the Ducks. Now they're on a back-to-back. There's a lot of things that would point me towards the Kings here. I think they're just way overpriced. I mean, it's crazy for them to be priced like this with a losing record at home. So just a pass for me, even total wise. I think the market's pretty efficient on this game. I'm not interested.
What about the unders as well? First period under, full game under. I feel like it's just in the stars when these teams play. Also, so their first 2 games have both gone 3-2. One was in overtime, one wasn't. But the Kings are playing under hockey. They played 4 straight unders. So you have a 5.5, which scares gamblers. Coin took that plus 170 last night. Beautiful work. I should have done it too. I love to hear that, Markel. So I think this should be a game that's heavily invested in. So. Okay, so let's review all action here in the National Hockey League for Wednesday, February 4th. I'm on the Bruins plus 115. I'm very interested in adding the Jackets -1. I'm interested in adding the Jets. AM is on the Jets at minus 110. I took Minnesota-Nashville last night over 6 at minus 125. I am interested in the Wild, but AM is on the Predators at plus 111. Barry Smith giving us a final score of 4-3 Kings here. Oh, and Yaroslav Axe about me is confirmed for the Sharks. Thank you, Jam. AM's on the Sharks at plus 247. Money Millz Prop Shop. Celebrini over 3.5 shots plus 102. I'm interested in the Mammoth. AM is on the Blues at plus 190. And I want Dallas here. I don't know if St. Louis has given up. I don't think they have. Monty's a hell of a coach, even though he's not pressing the right buttons this year. AM and I are both on the Oilers. I'm on the Oilers with 2.5 units, money line, and on the puck line. We have AM on the Oilers, money line. And the unders do interest me. They do interest me. Then AM's on the Canucks plus 249. I am on Vegas minus 1.5. And Barry Smith says break coming up, no defense. Very possible. Not a break for the Kings as they play in Vegas tomorrow night, but it's an important game for positioning. But I hear you, Barry Smith, and being on the other side of you has not helped. Texas Sports says Kings in regulation and the under 5.5 and plus 275. Barry Smith is with you on the Preds money line. AM, did I miss anything, or is that all your action?
That's it.
AM, thank you so much for your time and energy, angles, and hard work, my man. I'm Pop Your X Handle here in the chat. Thank you for all that you do for us, my man. And can we get a Super Bowl video?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I got my position last night. Hopefully it moves even more so I can bet it again. But yeah, definitely.
Okay, I love it. I put AM Sports Picks X Handle here in the chat. Hit that link. Support our guy, AM Sports Picks. AM, any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
The only thing I'll say is so I'm on some real stinkers tonight. If you want a less volatile night, maybe stick to like the Jets, Predators, Oilers bets. But yeah, I'm on some ugly ones. But let's have a good day, guys. I'll be in the chat. Looking forward to see what other angles you guys got.
Respect my man there. He is. Kong says that didn't the link can't click on it. Okay, Kong. I thought you sent the video. Let me I'll be in touch with you here for sure. But just WeTransfer. Just WeTransfer if you need help sending. But I thought you good. Got it. Okay, cool. Okay, we're in business. Can't wait to see your video, Kong, my man. Let's get into college basketball now. 62 games on deck. We have action from both of our special guests that are joining us now. We're going to start with our guy Daby Cab's games, and also in those games are spots for Wine Time Sports, who's back in business with us. Then I have a whole bunch of games. I've not moved on every single one of them. Some I want to talk out loud here. So I'm very excited about this here. But before we do, let's all take a second for our guy, Big Scott in the house. Says, just got done with the liver biopsy and fluid draining. Big Scott, man, I didn't know that this was all going on for you, man. He says, ready to cap this NCAA card. I'm going to copy and paste this here and reach out, Big Scott. I am really sorry to hear that you have dealing with that right now. So if we could all take a second and send Big Scott some positive healing energy, also some winning energy for the NCAA basketball card that he's ready to attack. But we're thinking of you, Big Scott. Yeah, I just stay in touch with us, man. And thinking of you and hope that everything works out. We get healthier because the warmth is coming, my friend. So we are thinking of our friend Big Scott here. Let's roll. Our first guest, we're going to break down 5 games with him, and he has moved on a few of them. And I'm excited to cap with them. Please welcome the star of Medicaid Mondays, the star of All About the Hoops on Saturdays, our guy, Mr. Daby Cab in the house. Daby Cab, how are you, my man?
Oh, man, living the dream, Jimmy. Up, capping, ready to make some money, hanging out with you, the chat. Shout out Yankee, Sham, the dog catcher, Kong's Clips. Man, all you guys. Can't wait to get this money today, man.
I'm excited, and thank you for joining us. This is the first time in a while that we have been a 3-headed monster because our guy, new father, back in business. Now, we will be capping side by side at Pubapalooza, not far from now, the 3 of us, but we get a chance to rock right now. Back in business. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, our guy, Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, Daby Cab, good to see you guys. Happy Wednesday. Good to be back. I'm betting with the bag on a Wednesday. This is my first Wednesday show in quite some time, so I'm excited. We've got a loaded card today. Just tweeted out 4 of my games today. Looking to move on more, though. We've got a lot of action today. Stoked my guy Daby Cab is on here as well. So let's get to it.
Well, I tell you, you're going to get a lot of opportunities for additions. If you saw the list that I sent you, I was like, okay, just 30 games. I need you to look over. here. Let's roll because we start with my business here. Let me get back to my action. The Seton Hall Pirates. They've already lost to Nova this season. This took me a while to have the balls to bet it. By the way, if my record is horrifying. It's horrifying. And but I'm not going to stop attacking. So I have attacked here. No, look, I'm not going to say I'm just not going to stop. Look, there are consequences, and they'll keep you awake at night. And I need to succeed. It's crazy in college basketball right now. I have cashed. I'm on a 14-4 run, and my record looks like that. So horrible. It reminds me of my friend Brian Hatt, a very funny comic, overweight. And he's like, he has a joke where it's like, I've recently lost a lot of weight. And he's like, and I know what you're thinking, Jesus, how fat was he? And it's like, how bad was I doing if I'm 14-4 and that's my horrific record? But I'm going to keep firing shots and try to turn this around with the best of my ability and with these two great cappers on screen and all of you guys in the chat. And I will take risks here and put a lot of things in jeopardy. I am on Seton Hall in this one. Pirates coming off back-to-back wins at home versus Xavier and Marquette. Look, I know if we want to look at the Big East standings, you'll find those two at the bottom, right above Providence. Villanova coming off beating Providence at home, beating an easy opponent at home. These teams played back on the 23rd of December, so it's not like a fresh thing, like fresh Rebenga here. In that game, Seton Hall played horrific. They shot 33% from the field and 23% from three. But Villanova played so sloppy, which something Villanova does, that Seton Hall was able to stay in that game. That game, for that one, Seton Hall was opened up as 1.5-point favorites, closed as 1.5-point favorites, and lost 64-56. Well, I'm backing them here, and I'm nervous about it. Let's take a look at the line history, and then we will go to Daby Cab for line history for the Seton Hall Pirates. Sorry, let me just pull this up quickly. Sorry, I was on the other. So we have, come on, please show me a good number, please. Good, yes, okay. I got Seton Hall plus 7.5 at minus 110. I see some 6.5s. I'm looking at a 7. It moved to 7 45 minutes ago. So I'm thankful for that. CLV doesn't hurt. It doesn't always help, but doesn't hurt. From a total standpoint, we have a 134. This is juiced to the over. This opened up at 131, so we've climbed 3.5 points. And when we get to the cash flow here, Seton Hall's very, very public at this point. 85% of the tickets and 92% of the cash. Unfortunately, Circus still hanging a 7.5. FanDuel's down to 6.5. I see a lot of 7s on the board. That makes me nervous. 72% of tickets on the under, 94% of cash on the under. Daby Cab, game 1, Finneran Pavilion, Villanova, Pennsylvania. Wildcats, 7-3 in the Big East, holding Seton Hall. What do you think?
A lot of thoughts on this one. I don't like getting involved in games where I think the line is right where it should be. I mean, Seton Hall coming off 2 big wins, like you said, but both of those wins were at home, and we know how hard it is to travel in college basketball, even if it's not a large – it's just about going to the other court, right? So coming up those 2 big home wins, and like you said, both of these teams are kind of, I guess, lower in the standings, but Villanova's sitting in 3rd place. I mean, they can still make a push here. They definitely need to win this game. 7.5 is a lot of points, so I can understand why you want to take Seton Hall. I just think this is where the line should be, which is why I have not bet this game.
Yeah.
If I was betting it, I'd probably take a shot with Villanova at home, but 7.5 is a lot of points to cover, especially when you're looking at a total at 134.5. I mean, there's not a lot of wiggle room right there.
No, and that I hear you. I hear you. I hear it. If this is the line that you would make, why would you want to move on it? Johnny Gunn says Nova first half is a must bet. Seton Hall's second half team can easily come from behind in this one. Troy Torrance says Villanova -7, but the under must be bet. Let's hear from you, Wine Time Sports. Take it away.
Yeah, I was thinking the under as well, but when I saw where this number opened up at, I wanted to stay away from the total in this one. I believe it opened up at 128.5 at a lot of spots, and it's kind of just risen since there. And Circa's got it all the way up to a 135. So, I mean, I would wait on taking the under because this might only get higher at some spots. This is where I wanted to get involved, though. I'm actually a little bit surprised, Jim. I thought we were going to be on the same side in this one. I want to be on Villanova here, just looking at the market itself and seeing this spread. These are two pretty evenly matched teams. If you look at the player personnel on the court, I couldn't really tell you that Villanova is 10 points better than Seton Hall, but here they are at home. They were a 1.5-point dog when they played at Seton Hall in December. Both teams played horrific on offense. I think Villanova can play better here at home. I'm really close to pulling the trigger on the -7. That's where I can get it at -110 right now. Haven't done it quite yet. I was hoping you were going to say you're on Nova in this game, Jim. So I haven't pulled the trigger. This is one of the games I wanted to talk out with you guys. Hearing Daby Cab say I think, Cab, you said you leaned on Nova as well.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, it just, to me, last time they played at Villanova, it was in 2025. I think it was right before the tournament last year. And the spread was, I think, -10.5 for Villanova. And then they go to Seton Hall and they're +1.5 dog. They went outright. But I don't know. This is it's a big number change from beating them on the road and then coming back home, nearly 8 points different. So I think they're kind of telling us that Villanova is going to smash here. If you look at it on the court, though, from like a personnel perspective, I think 7 is too much for Villanova, but everything else kind of tells me that Villanova is the spot here.
Yeah, it's not fun backing Seton Hall in almost every situation. I wonder if, so we assume that the odds logic board is a sharper group. That's our assumption. Over at Action, they say it's 51% of the tickets and 61% of the cash on Seton Hall, which does make me feel a little more comfortable. Spooner has sent his action in, which we will be discussing throughout. And Spooner says Seton Hall makes such great halftime adjustments. I think you're on Nova. If you're on Nova, you should stay on the first half. Seton Hall will pull out a press in the second half. Holloway was an assistant for Kevin Willard. These coaches know each other well here. Johnny Gunn says Seton Hall is rated 104th in the first half and 22nd in the second half, where Nova's 33rd in the first half and 40th in the second half. I am on the Pirates of Seton Hall. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board, the Texas A&M Aggies, team that our Daby Cab knows very well. I love to hear that, Texas sports, my man. 17-4, 7-1 in the SEC. At the Alabama Crimson Tide, 14-7, 4-4 in the SEC. We're in Tuscaloosa at Coleman Coliseum. Let's pull up the line history here for this one. We'll start with this total. This total is sitting at 179.5, opened up at 178. This got up to 180 around 1 a.m., came back down to 178 around 10 a.m. It's come back up to 179.5. So not a big difference from the opening line. Then on the point spread here for this spot, we have Alabama -8. It's a big number, a bullish number. And when it first started appealing to me, just because it was so big, I thought, well, I got Dab on the show. Why don't I just hear what he thinks about the game before betting it? So it's a big number. So we have a -6.5 over to a -8. We get to the cash flow for the spot here. We have, and again, I'm going to give you the odds logic boards as much as I can. And so for this one, God, where the hell is it? I apologize. So many games. Maybe I'll just
I got you for the odds logic one, Jim. So Alabama right now, 50% of tickets, 69% of cash on them. They opened up at a 6.5. A lot of places, a lot of the sharper books are hanging 8.5s. This looks like it might get to a 9. I'm thinking I should pull the trigger on Bama right now at this spread. I don't think Bama's that good of a team, honestly, but I think the spread's kind of telling. And, I faded A&M over the weekend, and I paid the price for it. A&M is a pretty good team, but something tells me here too, some of the sharper money moving this line just continuously towards Bama. I like Bama here.
We also have Johnny Gunn says Texas A&M outright. Philip Cantillon says Bama rolls here. Troy Torrance says Texas A&M +8 didn't want to do it, had to do it. And Stacks play today number 1 is the over in this one. Over 179 at -110 for our guy Justin McKelvey.
Stacks.
Daby Cab, take it away. Aggies, Crimson Tide.
Yeah. Coyne said he didn't realize Pop Isaac was at A&M. Yeah, he's their sixth man too, coming off the bench. He's been, playing some big minutes for him as that sixth man though, off the bench. I tell you what, Jimmy, I've been adamantly negative about this A&M basketball team, and they've made me look dumb. I mean, because they just keep winning. Big win in Georgia here this weekend. Their schedule was so easy at the beginning of the year, which is why we're looking at a team that's 17-4 in the SEC and not ranked. I thought that they would be ranked after beating Georgia, and my initial thought was, hey, A&M's going to get that rank finally that they, have been saying that they deserve. Fade the fuck out of them. Well, they didn't get the rank. I'm still shocked they didn't get it. They still didn't break the top 25. I wanted to see them break the top 25 so that I could fade them against Alabama here. And it kind of went out the window. They didn't get ranked, and I'm still shocked at that. What I will say about Bucky McMillan, though, the coach at A&M, he has these guys playing so hard for 40 minutes. I mean, they're going to press from the start of the game until the very finish of the game. They've got multiple presses that they're going to run on you. Now, I will say Alabama's a team that loves to get up and down the court. They love to run. I don't think a press is going to be something that's going to stifle this Alabama offense for too long. So I think there's going to be a lot of points in this game. So I do like the over that my guy stacks on. But what I had to bet it, and I loaded up on this bet. It's a prop that I was on Saturday, and I lost on Saturday when I bet it. And I lost last week when I bet it. So I've lost twice when I bet this prop, but I had to go back to the well with Ruben Dominguez. Over 2.5 threes because I know how Alabama plays, and there are going to be a lot of threes shot in this basketball game. It's that simple. And like I said, I have lost on his bet the last 2 times I bet it. But if you look at the numbers, he's cashed this bet 7 out of the last 10 games. Okay. He's just cold right now. 3 out of the last 4. He has not got there to this number. This is the perfect team to, start throwing him up again. So I got Ruben Dominguez over 2.5 threes at -109.
Over 2.5 threes at -109. Very interesting stuff coming here from the chat.
I love this bet. Even though I lost it the last 2 times, I love this bet. So if you're somebody in the chat or somebody up here that can get props, I think this is a great bet.
Spooner says you can't set the total in this game high enough. He says love stacks is over. Am says Alabama, after getting blown out, is the only way he could look. Coming up that 177 loss at Florida. And here we have Texas A&M 4 straight wins. Are you surprised that this is such a big line, Dab?
I would have probably put it at 6.5, which is where it opened. So no, because I guess the money does what the money does. It opened where I would have put it probably, if that makes sense.
And if you were going to fade A&M, how would you do it?
Full game.
You wouldn't be attacking the first half. You wouldn't be thinking.
I'd give Alabama a little bit of time to get used to those presses.
Johnny Gunn says AM is just in better form, averaging more points per possession last 3 games and last 5 games compared to Bama. Wine Time, final thoughts here before you get us started with Michigan State, Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm pulling the trigger here. Alabama -8.5. Can't find 8s any of my books, so I'm not going to give away an 8 to you guys. We're going to see 9s. This is going to pop up to a 9 here, I think, very soon. Listen, we were on Florida when they played with Alabama. It was in Florida, though. I think Florida, we took a -8.5. It closed out at 9.5. They beat them by 23 points. Bama's going to – I think they want to take this game, and I think they're going to win this game by double digits. So, yeah, I just pulled the trigger, just made the bet. I'm going to tweet it out right now. This is one of the plays I wanted to talk – another one of the plays I wanted to talk about with you guys, and I'm on Alabama -8.5, -110.
Huh. And is your very first thoughts, Cab, when you hear Wine Time moving on, is that it's big, this line's big for a reason, or that 8.5 is too many points? What's your very first feeling?
Now, this is not a bold statement because there's only 3 things that could happen, and I'm giving 2. I think this game either comes down to the last shot or A&M loses by 20. So the 8 doesn't. If I was going to bet Alabama, I would not let the 8 scare me, if that makes sense off of what I just said.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is going to take more time for me.
And I lean more towards the losing by 20 than the last shot.
AM saying, wonder if Texas A&M is looking ahead to Florida on deck. All right. Let's roll on. We have Wine Time making a move. Troy Torn says the average price based on these 2 teams' KenPom rankings is being -5.75 on price 6 or more. The road team is covering over 70% of the time. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. The number 10 ranked Michigan State Spartans, 19-3, 9-2 in the Big Ten. The Minnesota Golden Gophers. These Gophers are 10-12, 3-8 in the Big Ten. Williams Arena in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I almost bet Michigan State. Coming off that 83-71 loss versus Michigan, they got destroyed in the first half. They came back. I got them live at like plus 16.5 or plus 18.5. Looked like they were going to come all the way back and then did lose by double digits, lost by 12. Against Minnesota in the throes of this losing streak, coming off losing 77-75 at Penn State. They lost just by 4 at Wisconsin. They have now lost 7 straight basketball games. And that came on the heels of a 5-game winning streak, which included a win over Iowa at home, 70-67. But they have not looked good. They've not looked good now. 7 straight losses for them. Is this the Michigan State bounce back spot? Ronnie Crawford here in the house. NCAA play of the day, Michigan State -8 from our Ron Crawford. If you're listening on headphones at work, you might want to turn it down for a second. We have Ronnie Crawford spreadsheet play of the day. Shout out to our guy Chappie Funk in the house. He says, no look ahead for the Aggies. Bama and Florida both would be major upset. Only need to win one of them to make the tourney. Let's take a look at the line history and hear from Wine Time Sports here. Now, when we go down to just Wine Time and I for my games, we'll move a lot quicker. These are big, exciting basketball games. We'll take a little bit more time on them. Michigan State -8.5, opened up at 7.5, did go down to 6.5 initially. That surprised me. That's probably part of the reason why I didn't move already on Michigan State. Again, though, I knew I had you guys here, and I was like, if there was any spots where I was questioning, I was like, just why bet it? Why not just hear from the guys, unless you think you're going to lose the number? So we have, from a total standpoint here, sorry, I just blew past it somehow. I gave you guys the side. From a total standpoint, we have a 134.5, so this has climbed. This opened up at 130.5. We've climbed 4 points to the over. 134.5. Redman says take Michigan State. They're pissed off losing to Michigan. DC Capper says a root back Michigan State. So let's take a look at the cash flow here. And if I struggle finding it, we'll just here we go. 80% of the tickets on Michigan State, but just 59% of the cash. Interesting. 70% of the cash on the over, 58%. Sorry, 70% of the tickets on the over, 58% cash on the over. It's climbed 4 points. So it's interesting. The books have heeded the advice of the gamblers by moving this total to the over. But Circa has 90% of tickets, 94% cash on Michigan State. They moved it from 8 to 9 at 11:25 p.m. And then at 5 a.m., they moved it back to 8.5. So it's only a half-point move with 90% of tickets, 94% of cash. Wine Time, take it away.
Love Minnesota here, guys. Kind of loved Minnesota all season long. If you guys know me, I've been backing them a lot. Kind of bit me in the ass at times sometimes, but they also are a cover machine. If you look at kind of like their last 5 games specifically, I mean, they've had a tough road. Penn State, I mean, can't really – that's probably one of the worst teams in the Big Ten. You're still on the road, lost by 2. You go on the road in Wisconsin, a really hostile environment, a team that's going to be there when in the tournament. Nebraska, a tournament team. Ohio State, probably a tournament team. Illinois, probably a tournament team. And you're pretty much losing these games by a couple possessions. You're at one point leading in almost every single one of these ball games. And I think being at home here, I think Nico's going to have his guys ready to go here in Minneapolis. Michigan State's coming to town. I know Michigan State's coming off the loss to Michigan. I believe we talked about that game on Friday, Jim. We were on Michigan in that spot. Michigan State's a good team, but I look at like their base, and I don't think that they're a top 5 team in the nation. Top 10, probably. I think 10's right where they need to be, honestly. But I don't think Minnesota's going to be there when it's all said and done. They're definitely not going to be a tournament team, but they're going to play with a lot of grit, and I think they're going to play a lot of pride at home here on a Wednesday night, coming off some really tough losses down the stretch. I don't think it's going to hit them too hard. They're trying to build something over there. This is the first year Nico's taking this role coming over from Colorado State. And I think he's trying to build something there. It's kind of hard to do at a program like Minnesota, but I think they can stay within a couple possessions in this game. I don't think they win. I'm not sprinkling the money line. In fact, I bought up to the 9 at -120. I'm on Minnesota +9 -120. Almost moved on the first half, but I just decided ultimately I'm going to stick with the full game here. Give me Minnesota +9 -120 here.
Wine Time backing The Golden Gophers. Interesting. Let's hear from Daby Cab, Michigan State, Minnesota. Take it away.
You know, one thing I've noticed over the couple years of doing this with you guys publicly is a lot of people want to talk about like a bounce back spot for Michigan State because they're mad they lost to Michigan, and I get it, and they could. You know, you never know. But I've seen in college basketball, bad things come in twos. I'm telling you, losses come in twos. I've just noticed it. Look at Nebraska, right? I'll use them as a perfect example. They finally got their first loss, and they turned around and lost the very next game, got their second loss. Do I think Michigan State loses to Minnesota? No. Just like Wine Time said, no, I don't think so. And because Tom Izzo is the coach for Michigan State, yeah, I do think that they're ready, and I think they're pissed off right here. 8.5 is just too much for me on the road, Jimmy. They put the number high enough to get me off, so maybe that should actually maybe give you some interest in it. I don't know, because like Wine Time said, I mean, this is a Minnesota team that 4 of their last 5 games have been on the road against very tough teams on the road, and 2 of those games they lost by 10. Everything else that was 9 or less, so would be inside this number. And now they're back at home, where we know traveling is, you know, in college basketball harder than any other sport or any other spot. So I stayed off of this game. If I had a free bet, it would be Michigan State, but I'm not betting.
Very, very, very interesting. Troy Torrance says if no line move towards Michigan State, Minnesota is the spot.
I agree. I think if this gets to a 9 where I got it at a -110 or 9.5, I think I'm going to be in big trouble. But I don't think it's going to get there, honestly. But seeing this market too, I think you read it off, but 20% of bets on Minnesota right now. The money, what was it, like 44%? I think it was.
No, it's way worse than that. I wish that was the case.
20%.
Oh yeah, no, it's sorry.
20% of bets and 41% of money. So that's like wheelhouse right there, almost. Not quite, but like I like that a lot. So unless it just continues to move towards Michigan State, but I'm on Minnesota +9 -120.
It would certainly be wheelhouse if Michigan State was coming off a win over Michigan. Like I just coming up the loss, I was gravitating towards them initially, just because they're coming off the loss. It's important to listen, and I'm heeding your guys' advice. I'll let this market marinate here. Okay, let's roll on to our next spot on the board. 8 p.m. Eastern, with the Colorado Buffaloes 13-9, 3-6 in the Big 12, at the Baylor Bears 12-9, 2-7 in the Big 12. I knew that, you know, there was talk about it being a down year for the Baylor Bears, but this is 2-7 in the Big 12. In saying that, the Baylor Bears snapped that losing streak with a 63-53 win at West Virginia. We know how hard it is to win basketball games at West Virginia. That snapped their 4-game losing streak. They had lost 7 of 8 games. That only win coming at Oklahoma State. Now look who they had lost to at home. They lost to Iowa State, Houston, Texas Tech, and TCU. Those are the 4 losses at home. Now the Texas Tech, Houston, Iowa State games, those are more explainable, more so than that TCU game. But I'm backing the Baylor Bears here in this one. I got the Bears, and this line has been moving. I'm very curious to see where it is right now. I got Baylor, and it cost me 10 cents. I got Baylor -7 at -120. I did not want to go higher than that. So I'm backing the Bears here. Hard to imagine them sitting 13th in the Big 12. We are certainly not used to that. Let's talk about the Colorado Buffaloes. The Buffaloes here, they also snapped their losing streak. They won at home 87-61 over TCU. This was a 6-game losing streak that they snapped. This is their first and only meeting with the Baylor Bears this year. Looking at their road games, they lost by 30 at Iowa State. They lost by 11 at West Virginia. They lost by 9 at Cincinnati. Those are their last 3 road games. I'm fading them here. I'm backing Bama. And we have Justin McKelvey. Stacks play today. Number 2 is Baylor -7. Justin says Baylor smack city.
Stacks.
Wow, Acacia is saying that AD is a wizard. Is that
No way.
that'd be great for everyone who doesn't like him. Send him off to Washington. Is that facts? Acacia, let us know.
I got you right now. Hold on.
That would be absolutely wild. He's being traded to Washington. Wow.
Anthony Davis is now a Washington Wizard.
What'd they get? What was the trade?
I don't know. I'm trying to pull that up right now.
Wow, thank you, Acacia. That's absolutely wild. So here, now, Daby Cab, you know this Baylor team inside and out. Very interesting. This would have been one where I would have waited to get your thoughts on it, but I felt like this line was moving and I needed just to press the button. Let's take a look at what the line history is now with Baylor. Yes, an 8. Beautiful. An 8 at minus 107. This moved to 8 at minus 112. So since it moved to 8, there's been a 5-cent move to the Bears, but I like seeing that. So we've gone from 7 to 8. And then from a total standpoint here for this 8 p.m. spot, we have, here we go. We have a 158.5. It's opened up at 160.5 and it's dropped down to 158.5. And when we get to the cash flow for this one, let me just quickly move down here. And we have, we have 84% of the tickets and 91% of the cash on the Colorado Buffaloes. Despite that, Circa has moved this to an 8. So Circa, from their own book, has taken 84% of the tickets and 91% of the cash on Colorado, and they've moved Baylor from -7 to -8. This all makes me feel very good. Daby, should there be any cause for concern here? Take it away.
I mean, outside of the fact that, this is the worst Scott Drew Baylor basketball team I think we've maybe ever seen under his tenure there. I mean, I like the over, if I'm being honest. I mean, I don't see either of these defenses really stepping up. If one does, it would be Baylor down low. I'm going to butcher his name with Yusuf. I think I said it correctly. Yusuf is their big guy down low for Baylor, or one of their big guys down low. But I don't see how either of these teams don't get to 80 points in this game, right? And so if we're sitting at a 158.5, if I was to tell you what I think the score of this game, 89-82 or 88-80 at the end of it, I think this gets over. I don't think it gets over comfortably, but I think this game gets over this total. My only concern with Baylor, Jimmy, would be their free throw shooting. I don't have the number in front of me. 1 second. I know it's not good, though. 71.7%. 202nd. I just get worried covering a spread with a team that's not hitting their free throws, but a lot of that is due to the fact that they've got a couple bigs that get sent to the line that aren't the best free throw shooters. So, yeah, I'd lean Baylor, but I really like the over here, and I might make that official. I'll let you guys know if I do.
Sounds good. Thank you, Daby Cab. Let's hear from Wine Time. Colorado Buffaloes, Baylor Bears.
Yeah, this was my pre-show action. I am on the Baylor Bears -7.5, -110. I'm pretty much seeing 8s across all of my books right now. I like Baylor here in this spot. I know they've been playing a bad brand of basketball so far this season. They've cost me some money, and here I'm laying nearly double digits with them here. It is at home against a pretty bad Colorado team, and Colorado themselves coming off a victory. Neither of these two teams we're going to see when it matters in March, I don't think, unless Baylor somehow makes a run in the tournament. They still have Cameron Carr. He's still a really good shooter. He's a good player out there, so he's definitely going to be the best player on the court in this game. I think his point prop's at 19.5, 20.5, depending on where you're looking. He's probably going to have himself a good game here today. So I love Baylor here. I think they're going to beat the hell out of these guys. So I'm on the 7.5. I still like the 8, like it all the way up to a 9 pretty much. So I'm on Baylor -7.5 here, Jim.
I like it. Corner of Wine Time, Bag Boulevard. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Big game. I said that we have Daby for 5 games. I should have said 6 games. We have him for this one and Clemson, Stanford next up. BYU coming off 2 losses in 3 of their last 4. They played their hearts out at home versus Arizona, lost 86-83. We're down 19 or 20 and put together what looked like it could be a miracle comeback. It was not. Then they lost at Kansas, 90-82 in another must-watch basketball game. So what we've seen from BYU is when they face the Kansases and the Arizonas and the Texas Techs of this world, they lose. When they face anybody else, they are undefeated this year. Their only other loss was to UConn. So they're not able to take it to the very highest height. And then the question is, are they going to let down a little bit? And I don't think they will. I think those losses hurt them. I think they're angry about losing 3 of 4. You have Oklahoma State coming off an 81-69 win at Utah. Utah has been terrible this year. I do have interest in backing Utah here. Spooner's on the other side of that game, and we will discuss all of that here. But Oklahoma State, takes a little bit of the pressure off by winning at Utah 81-69. Now they come home, and guess who they have coming on Saturday night? Well, not coming. They go to Arizona, number 1 ranked Arizona. Is this a look-ahead spot for them? Hard to say. Robert Cherry likes the BYU spot, locked them in last night, -7 here. We also have a bunch of action coming in from cappers in the chat. Dimitri, we'll talk about your spot here with Clemson in a second. So I moved on BYU -6.5, -110. And let's take a look at the line history here for the spot. We have, and this is a later game. My fault. Okay, here we go. We have a total of 167.5, very high. Opened up at 168.5, got up to 171 before it started dropping. Now it's at 167.5. And when we get to the point spread here for this spot, we have BYU. Here we go. We have BYU -7. I see one book at 6.5. That's 6.5 -114 towards BYU. This is a flat 7. Opened up at 6, so we have a 1-point move. I got the 6.5, the half-point spot there. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have 57% of tickets and 62% of cash on BYU. It's a 50-50 split on the ticket count for the total, but 88% of cash is on the under. Circa hanging at 7 here. They open this up at 6. So they are following the money, which they don't often do. 62% of the tickets on BYU and 90% of the cash. So big bets are being made. Take it away for us here, Daby Cab, BYU Cougars, Oklahoma State Cowboys, and Stillwater.
AJ DeBansta, I say his name, DeBansta. I always I don't know why I can't say it. I was getting shit the other day, and I'll hear it 1,000 times, and I will still not be able to say it. It's just how it is. Some names just don't go in my head. But he didn't shoot the ball the first half against Kansas. A lot of people were like, oh, what's happening? What's going on? And he still finished with 17 points in that game. The fact that he was basically doing nothing in the first half of that basketball game and still finished with 17 points shows you, the kid is as good as advertised. A lot of people jumped off the bandwagon in that first half a little too early. Same thing they were doing with Peterson in the last game, right before he hit those 2 threes. He is one of the best basketball players in college basketball that we've seen in a while. And this is a spot where I think BYU probably throttles Oklahoma State. I saw Mark drop the BYU first half -3.5 in the chat. I like that. I said the whole thing about bad things coming in twos. Well, BYU's got their 2 out of the way. They lost to Arizona and Kansas. And like you said, they lost 3 of their last 4. They got a big win over a rival in Utah in between that. But the 2 happened, the Arizona and Kansas. I think this is the bounce back spot for them. I think AJ has a big game right here because even though he only put up 17 points or did put up 17 points, he heard what, I was hearing, what we were hearing after that Kansas game. BYU right here, I just haven't bet it.
And is it a possibility that you move on it?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. I'm sitting here with BYU -6.5 wine time. What do you think of the spot?
I do. I like the spot too. I like BYU here at the -7. I'm just not going to move on. I've got so much action today. This is one of the games I didn't put too much look into, but I definitely think BYU coming off the 2 losses to 2 pretty good teams, and Oklahoma State coming off a win. I think they're only a 1-point favorite against Utah on the road, and Utah's a really bad college basketball team, one of the worst Power 4 teams probably out there. So I do like the BYU spot. It is on the road though in Stillwater. I'm gonna stay away from this. This is a hard pass for me. Got so much other games. This is nothing I got involved in.
No worries, and a lot more coming. Wine time. But we have one more with our guy Daby Cab, the Magic Man. 10 p.m. Eastern. Clemson Tigers 18-4, 8-1 in the ACC. Stanford Cardinal 14-8, 3-6 in the ACC. Maples Pavilion, Stanford, California. I did mushrooms in their sculpture park many years ago. Many years ago. Stanford campus smells like eucalyptus trees on the campus. So when you trip, it was heaven. It was a wonderful mushroom trip. But let's roll here. We've heard from Dimitri. He says his best bet is Clemson -4. So let's break this one down. Stanford in the throes of a 4-game losing streak. They lost at Miami 79-70, then lost at Florida State 88-80, and now they come home. The Clemson Tigers have won 2 straight. They lost at home to NC State in overtime. They bounced back by beating Georgia Tech 77-63 and then beat Pitt 63-52. Let's take a look at the line history and the cash flow for the final spot here with our guy Daby Cab. We have Clemson opening up at -4.5. They're now -3. A 1.5 point move toward Stanford. Very, very, very interesting move that I was not expecting. From a total side of things here, we have here we go. We have a 138. It's juiced to the over. I see some 139s out there. This total opened up at 136, got down to 135.5 before climbing up to 139. Now it's at a 138. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have 53% of tickets, 55% of cash on Stanford. Circa hanging at 3.5. It's 3.5 across the board at all of the legal books. They've not moved it a cent. Daby Cab, take it away, my man. Clemson, Stanford.
Yeah, AM put in the chat. He said, I don't know if I've seen more of a trap line in my life. You know, there's anytime you get 60, 100 plus games in college basketball, there's always one of these where you got a ranked team that's barely a favorite. Usually happens on the road. And we know, like, you're traveling all the way across country. It's college basketball, right? I can stack up the reasons why Stanford probably is the side here, and I get it. Stanford's coming off 2 cross-country losses themselves here, Florida State and Miami, right? Those are big travel spots for Stanford. I know they've lost 4 in a row, but coming back home after those 2 travel spots, it's a place you want to be. And this is a Stanford team that we've already seen. They beat North Carolina earlier in the season, and they got another good win too. They were trending in the right direction early is where I'm going with this Stanford team. They were looking really good at the beginning of this season. They are not looking so good anymore. They're trending in the exact opposite direction. And this is a Clemson team that, you know, they're 1 game behind Duke at this moment for the ACC. Now, I think Duke is a, you know, standalone, clear, better team than Clemson is. But Clemson's got everything to play for. I have not signed up for this trap. I wanted to talk this one out with you guys. And another thing, too, Jimmy and Wine Time and guys in the chat, I like props in college basketball. My book does not always have them available for me when we do this show. They open as the day goes. So what I like to do is bounce my thoughts off you guys, hear what you guys are thinking, and I will post my official bets as we get later in the day as soon as I can make them. I'm not going to give you guys a bet until my money's on it because there have been rare occasions where I can't get the prop even though it says it's available at some books, and then I can't bet it. And the last thing I'm going to do is be some dickhead that gave you guys a bet that I didn't bet myself. So I need some time with this one. I think I might sign up for this Clemson trap. I'm gonna just be honest. And I know that there's going to be a ton of really good cappers like our guy AM in the chat who said he's calling this a trap. I know that Stanford is going to be the quote unquote sharp side. I get it. I see that how the trap sets up. I just think Stanford's headed in the wrong direction. I don't think that they're going to figure it out. I don't think this is the spot for them. I think they had a 5th loss here, and I think they keep trending in the wrong way.
Very, very interesting spot here at Maples Pavilion in Stanford. Take it away, Wine Time, your thoughts of Clemson Stanford.
Yeah, I am on Stanford here, guys. I'm on the money line here, plus 150 here. And I'm also thinking about getting involved on Ibuka Okori over 21.5 points. Plus,
is he the leading scorer in the ACC still?
I believe so. He's averaging almost 21 points a game right now. An absolute baller out there. I think he's going to have himself a game at home. Yeah, they went cross country. They're back in Cali. They've been back for a couple days. Been back for, I think, 3 or 4 days chilling. Clemson coming to town. Clemson coming off back-to-back wins. I think this is a big spot here for Stanford. I think it's a tough travel spot for Clemson coming over the West Coast. I want to look at this money distribution because 53 and 50. I'm surprised there's actually it's split like this, 53 and 55. I was expecting more tickets and money to be on Clemson right now, but this line has moved, I believe. I think we saw 4.5s at some point. Yeah, we did see 4.5s at some point. It's down to 3.5s. I don't think we're going to probably get a much better number. I don't know if we're going to see 4s again. I'm taking the money line. I don't need the 3.5 points. I think they're going to win this game outright. So give me a money line plus 150. And I'm not going to make the Ibuka point prop official just because I'm just going to throw a little something on it. But I do think in order for them to win this game, he's going to have to score at least 22 points today. So over 21.5 points is another look.
Some questions about the injury report. It's not so bad. Okpara, who was playing before he got hurt, is out. They're forward. Nothing new. Skrindra is out since December 29th, and Toure is out since December 26th. So nothing new there, Johnny Guns, my man. Goracle says, talk Utah, New Mexico, please. Absolutely. It is on our list here. Wine Time, moving on Stanford. I'm going to keep an eye out on the spot here. It is
it's you're right, Jimmy. It is nothing new, but I do see why I see why Johnny Guns wanted us to hit on that though. Because you said it already, Okpara, I think that's how you say it. He's been out for 1, 2, 3, 4. He's been out for 5 games, and that's about how long I've noticed this Stanford trend starting in the absolute wrong direction. So yeah, it's nothing new, but this dude's a huge piece to this team because ever since he's been out, the trend has just been it's one player. It's one player for them, and that's the problem.
And he must have been playing hurt in those last couple games that he played because his numbers were curtailing quickly. So maybe I take that back because you're right. If you go back past that, I mean, he was put up in 3 before he started struggling, which we expect the injury to be a part of. He's had 50 points in 3 games. 2 of those were all on the road and at Louisville, at Notre Dame. So hostile.
That was their last big win was Louisville too. That's the one I couldn't remember. They beat Louisville, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, they did. 80-76.
Yeah. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Thank you, Daby Cab, for rocking with us here. We have Ruben Dominguez over 2.5 threes at -109 for Daby Cab. Interested in some other spots. That's the official action we have for him. Of course, anything he puts out on X will also be official for him. Daby Cab, thank you for rocking with us. Daby Cab will be rocking college basketball with us every Wednesday with Wine Time as well for the rest of the season, and we're very excited about that. So catch Daby Cab here on Wednesdays. Catch Medicate Monday every Monday, and of course, all about the hoops on Saturday with Daby Cab. Daby Cab, put your X handle here in the chat. Tell us a little bit about what to expect this coming Saturday.
Oh man, if you guys have not had a chance to tune into All About the Hoops, man, with Wine Time, my dude Guns Picks, Gorky joins us, Billy's been joining us. Shout out to Billy. You're missing out. Dutch came on and gave us a winner in the NBA last week. Literally, I look forward to Saturday mornings. It's my favorite thing, getting up with you guys and getting to cap. So if you miss Saturday mornings, you're missing out. Tune in with us, All About the Hoops. We'll be there this Saturday, like always, making money. Jimmy, if I have any bets Thursday or Friday, maybe I'll just send you a video instead of having to jump on or like a quick video for like a best bet or two.
What time is it? Is it 1 p.m. CST that you have to start coaching?
No, I usually don't have to leave until 2 or 2:30 my time.
Okay, let's talk for sure. I'd rather have you jump on live just to give us a boost, but I'll okay, we'll talk. That'd be great. I'd love that.
Okay, cool. All right, much love, guys. See y'all Saturday, and let's get paid today.
There he is, our guy, the Magic Man, Daby Cab. Okay, so we're going to be rolling through action here for me in spots that I almost moved on. Now, there are 1 or 2 spots that you text that are involved in these games here as well, but no problem here. These smaller schools, smaller games, we can go quicker through because we also have the NBA card waiting for us. Wine Time, and I don't want to keep you here for 3 to 4 hours, but we are going to start going through, and it's a ton of action. It is a ton of action here. DC Capper, by the way, he's on Stanford plus 3.5. So let's get started. Wine Time Sports here with my action. We start 7 p.m. Eastern. Duquesne Dukes 12-10, 4-5 in the A10. At the George Mason Patriots 20-2, 8-1 in the A10. We're in Fairfax, Virginia, Eagle Bank Arena for this one. Now I have Spooner's action here, and we'll go over those spots because they are. So there's a few of these games, a bunch of these games actually, that I have not bet. I wanted to talk them out. I was very close to betting, but I was like, why? If I don't feel like I need to rush and beat a line move, why wouldn't I talk this out? And this is one of them here. It's very uncomfortable fading George Mason and fading them at home. And I chose to do that here. I am on Duquesne +7 at -110. Duke's coming off a win at home over Rhode Island by 15. Their last couple road games have looked quite good. They took out Loyola Chicago by double digits. Now, I know Loyola Chicago is not a very good team this year. They took out Fordham by double digits. I know you could say the same thing about Fordham as well. Look, George Mason is a very, very tough basketball team. These teams haven't faced each other this year, so it's not like we're sitting here with any kind of Rebenga. But Duquesne knows that St. Louis is sitting there 10-0, and George Mason's 8-1, and it's George Mason that's coming to town. You know, they're going to George Mason. They know exactly what George Mason's been doing. Everybody knows what George Mason's been doing. George Mason coming off 77-73 victory at St. Bonaventure. That came on the heels of winning at home over Davidson, 60-52. They did lose at Rhode Island, 74-65. They are capable of no-show type situations. So hopefully this is one of them. Let's go over the line history and hand this over to our guy, Wine Time Sports. So from a total side of things here, so many games here. I'll have it more set up better as we move forward. But we have a 145.5. This opened up at 148. So we've had 2.5 point move towards the under. We're now dealing with a 145.5. And when we get to the point spread here for this one, we have, please tell me it's moving. Yes, a 6.5. Okay. That's the only 6.5 I see, though. And they moved it to 6.5. God, at 10:41 in the morning. So it's not like a recent move. But this opened up at 7.5, and it's now a 6.5. So that is a good sign. Not a great sign, but a good enough sign that maybe I'm on the right track here with the Dukes at this number. We have 56% of the tickets and 61% of the cash on George Mason. Circa is hanging a flat 7. South Point 6.5. Hard Rock 6.5. Circa has not moved this line since it came out at 9:47 p.m. last night. Wine Time, take it away. This is of the action here apart from the big schools. This is my first bet on the board. Duquesne Dukes. What do you think?
Yeah, I was on Duquesne in that last game against Rhode Island. I believe I had to lay a -2 or 2.5. They took care of business. Jimmy Williams had himself a day from 3. They've got a couple good scores over there in Duquesne. They've actually, I don't think this is too bad of a team. And I think George Mason, I mean, what are they, 20-2 at this point in the season? They're playing some really good basketball. But there's a reason why they're not really laying double digits at all this season against some of these conference games because they're not winning games by double digits. And, yeah, they're at home here, but I mean, you look at these records. I mean, I feel like George Mason should probably be like an 8, 8.5. The fact that it's a 7, it opened up around a 7.5. It's at a 7 now. I want Duquesne plus the 7 here. I think this is a Duquesne spot. They're going to need Jimmy Williams to have himself a game. They're going to have a couple of their other scorers put the ball in the bucket, obviously. And looking at the total here, 145.5. Looking at the market a little bit here, I don't see one here on Odds Logic. So, with that being said, I think that this is kind of a lower total as well, and I think that kind of favors Duquesne. I think Duquesne's going to be able to cover this spread. I don't know if they win this game outright, but I was pretty close to pulling the trigger on the +7, 7.5. I could only get a 7 now, so that's my lean. I might get there with you. I'm going to kind of let this market marinate a little more as the day goes on because we've had so many games. This is a game I have some question marks next to, and that I almost moved on though.
Well, I like the sounds of all of that. Let's roll on. Here's another spot that was not fun to bet. We're going to talk Winthrop Eagles, Radford Highlanders. Winthrop 16-8, 8-1 in the Big South. Radford 13-11, 6-3 in the Big South. Deadman Center in Radford, Virginia. Radford coming off back-to-back road victories. And their last home game was versus High Point. Now High Point tied with Winthrop, top the standings. In the Big South, both teams are 8-1, and it was a 93-83 victory for High Point. They followed that up by beating Charlton Southern 84-75, then beating Presbyterian in overtime 93-84 on the road. If you go before those 3 games, they played Winthrop. Radford went to Winthrop and lost 76-75. It was a very, very tough, tight basketball game. Winthrop were opened up as 10.5-point favorites, closed as 9.5-point favorites. So this line here now at 3.5 for 3, that's a big move. Big move. Now, Radford played well in that game against Winthrop, but it's not like Winthrop played poorly. Radford turned the ball over 19 times, which cost them the game. Winthrop only turned the ball over 12 times. But Winthrop shot well, 47% from the field, 46% from three. They really had no excuse for what Radford did to them. What did Radford do to them? Radford was ahead all game long. Winthrop didn't take their first lead until 13 minutes left in the second half. That was it. Radford knows how important this basketball game is, and I am backing them here at home with nerves. Radford opened up a plus 3.5. Within 2 hours, with limits, they moved to 2.5. That's a big. I mean, this was a 10.5-point opener last time they played. A week and a half ago. Now it did get back to 3.5 2 hours later. It's sitting at a 3 right now. We've got a half-point move towards Radford. You know, it's one of those things that made me uncomfortable betting, and we generally think that those work out well for us. Obviously, I'm just coming off the worst month I've ever had in the sport in my entire life, so not feeling confident in anything I do right now in college basketball. This total opened up at 161, dropped down to 160. Now it's at 160.5. And from a cash flow standpoint here in Winthrop, Radford, I'm not expecting us to get much information here, and we're not getting any. I can tell you though that DraftKings is at a 2.5, Circa's at a flat 3, Caesars is at a 2.5, BetMGM is at a 2.5. Now Hard Rock's at a 3.5, but it's a very small number. Take it away here for us. Wine time. Winthrop Eagles, Radford Highlanders.
Yeah, you might talk me into this one, Jim. I'm pretty close to moving on Radford too, and hearing you break it down and saying that you back them makes me want to back them. You know how I would do it, though. Do it on the money line here at the plus 135. That is the one thing that's available for us at the action. I know Odds Logic isn't available right now for this game because it's a lower-end game. According to the action report, we have a money line split. It is 17% of bets and 4% of cash on the money line for Radford, so 96% of cash coming in on Winthrop money line. So a lot of people are probably putting them in money line parlays and stuff. I mean, looking at these two records and seeing the kind of ball that Winthrop's been playing here, I haven't watched either of these two teams play the game of basketball this season, so can't tell you. I think that either of these teams are too good, but just looking at it from afar, Winthrop's playing a lot better at basketball, and they're a short favorite here on the road against, you said, a team, Radford, that's kind of in a must-win spot. I'm not going to give this out officially because I'm not going to throw a full unit on this, but this might be something I move, like throw a quarter unit, maybe a half unit on the Radford money line here. It's a strong lean. I'm not going to give it out because I'm not going to throw a whole lot on it, but I think you're on the right side with Radford.
I hope so. I haven't timed Radford well this year, unfortunately, and I'm nervous about this spot. Of course, I mean, Winthrop in this winning streak, you know, playing excellent. I mean, of course, they're expected to. It just when this line came out, I was like, everybody's going to line up to back Winthrop here. So I am nervous, but comfortable enough. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 7 p.m. Eastern, head to Providence, Rhode Island, home of our nasty Nate. Cannot wait to be hanging with you guys at Southtown 101. Butler Bulldogs 13-9, 4-7 in the Big East. At the Providence Friars 9-13, 2-9 in the Big East for Amica Mutual Pavilion in Providence, Rhode Island. Now, look, Providence has hurt me. They've lost 4 straight games. They're not a good basketball team. They seem to play up to the level of competition. I mean, is Butler a level up? They're certainly a level up from Providence, but they're not. You know, we watched Providence go into UConn and almost beat them. Butler's lost 2 straight games. They lost, at St. John's, 92-70, and then followed it up with another loss at home to Georgetown. So now they head out on the road to face Providence. So both teams, been losing games of late. Both teams aren't very trustworthy. And these teams have played already. Butler beat Providence in double overtime. That was a long time ago, so it's not like we're dealing with a recent rebang. It was December 13th. But they beat Providence in double overtime, 113-110 at Butler. Yeah, Justin, look forward to talk about it. Late move with SGA being announced out. So Big Zo said, Nate said, fuck the Friars this morning. Always respect those local leans. Your boy Cedars in the house. Wine time. Let's grab the line history and see what you think of this spot, because I moved very uncomfortably. Oh, so many of these bets I just find so uncomfortable. I moved on Providence minus 3.5 here. Let's pull up the line history and see where Providence is right now. This totals a 170.5. It's dropped down from 172.5. It dropped down immediately. Within the first hour and a half this was available, it dropped from 172.5 to 170.5, and then it's just stayed at 170.5. From a point spread standpoint, please show me a 4 and not a 3. From a point spread standpoint, here we have there's some 4. There is one 4.5 for the book I don't trust. This is still a 3.5, so this has not moved since this line came out. There was a 5-cent move briefly to Butler, but it's come back. So let's take a look at the cash flow here for Providence Butler. See if this will maybe give me some tiny bit of confidence. And no, it won't. 71% of the tickets on Providence, just 57% of the cash. Bigger bets coming in on Butler. It's 3.5 points right across the board at these legal books. Circa opened this up at 3.5 and it's not touched it since 9:45 p.m. last night. DC Capper is on Providence minus 3.5. I love to see it. Troy Torrance bet Providence first half minus 2 with 3 units. Wow. Take it away for us. A wine time, Butler Providence.
Providence is a tale of one half pretty much all season long, and you mentioned it when they play the higher end of competition. Teams like UConn, they play up to them, and they play pretty well. Teams like Creighton, they beat Creighton outright. Creighton's actually slowly getting exposed in their conference play as the weeks go on. But with that being said, I'm on Providence again here, guys. I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, looking at it now, I don't know why I bet this earlier, but I am on Providence here, minus 3.5, minus 110. I've gotten burned by them the last couple weeks. This last weekend, it just looks like in some of these games, it looks like they're the much better team. If you look at their starting 5 out there, these guys are actually pretty damn good when they want to put the ball in the bucket. Jalen Sellers is one of the better players in that conference. When he wants to play well, there's not a shot he can't make on the floor. He just needs to shoot the ball a little bit more. They've got another guy, Vazak, over there who's been playing really well as well. Butler, Butler coming off back-to-back blowout losses too. I don't really know why I'm fading them and being on a Providence team that hasn't done much for me, but I'm back to it. I'm on Providence. I already placed the bet. I already tweeted it out prior to the show. Looking at the market right now, seeing the money and tickets on it has me a little trepidatious, but I'm on Providence here. I think they're the better team. I think they're going to be able to beat these guys. So the market doesn't make me feel better about it, but my money's on it. I'm on Providence. I think they're the better team anyways, and they're at home. So give me Providence minus 3.5, minus 110.
It's funny. Usually your breakdowns when we're on the same side make me feel much more confident. Somehow.
Well, everyone is on Providence. It's looking like too. I haven't heard anyone say Butler yet. And I'm like, when I was capping this game, I don't know if I looked at the market or not, but now looking at it now, I'm like, damn. But I still think Providence is the better team here. For my eye test, that's telling me it, but the market doesn't. But that's placed.
Spooner says, if you back Providence Day, you have to ask yourself, who is Kim English? You have an entire arena full of Providence fans who want him fired. One bad run, cheers, could turn to boos. Can he get his guys to step up with his back to the wall, back against the wall? But Troy Torrance loving Providence. All right. Not wonderful, but okay. Let's roll on. Next up for us, we head to the Patriot League. Lehigh Mountain Hawks 10-13, 6-4 in the Patriot League. At the Loyola, Maryland Greyhounds 8-15, 4-6 Patriot League. We're in Baltimore, Maryland, Charm City, home of our Von Polo. Loyola, Maryland, coming off losing to Navy. Navy 2 games clear at the top of the Patriot League, 9-1, and they look dynamite. I am fading Navy today. God, every single bet I've made just makes me sick. There's no bets where I'm like, oh, yeah. Hopefully, maybe some will come. This one, look, we just watched Lehigh put it all together at home versus Colgate. Hit their 3-point shooting was very impressive. They just delivered against a tough Colgate team. Whitlock went for 32. They shot 13 of 25 from 3. So they beat Colgate 77-76 in overtime. Colgate opened up at 1.5, closed to 3.5. They won in overtime. Colgate got 9 points from the 3-point line. Lehigh got 39 points from the 3-point line. And they managed to squeak out a 1-point win in overtime. Now, Colgate, good basketball team, sitting 7-3, 2 games back of Navy. But that's what Lehigh has to do to win basketball games. They have to shoot 50% plus. They have to outscore you by double digits from the 3-point line. And they're capable of doing that. I am on the Loyola, Maryland Greyhounds. I'm on the money line at -123. They had won 2 straight home games in impressive fashion versus Bucknell and American. Sure, you can say Bucknell near the bottom of the conference, but they're 4-6 in conference play. American sitting 3rd. They handled both of them. I've actually had a good read with the Greyhounds here. And Lehigh's coming off a spectacular victory. And so I fade them. I fade them here. So Loyola opened up -2 at -110. Now they're -1.5, -105. A half-point move to the Hawks. Look, I don't like that. From a total standpoint here, we have Lehigh Valley. I think I'm going to just... here we go. At 150. It opened up at 148. 2-point move to the over. And then when we get to the cash flow, they're not going to give us any information on the game here. I could look over at action. I don't need to. Circa hanging this at a -2 while all the other books are at 1.5. Circa opened this up at +2 for Lehigh. While all the other books moved, they didn't. And TJ says Loyola -1.5. He says we'll close -2 or -2.5. Watch. Oh, that's wonderful to hear. And TJ and I were going back and forth during that Lehigh Colgate game, and here I'm fading them. Lehigh Mountain, the Hawks. Wine Time, take it away. Patriot League action in Baltimore.
I didn't move on this game, but I might tell you guys for a little something on Loyola, Maryland here. Don't know too much about either of these teams, but looking at it right now, Loyola, Maryland 8-15. They are the home favorite here. Lehigh 10-13. I don't know. I don't know too much about either of these teams, so I can't come up here and give you a big cap on this. But if our guy TJ is coming in and saying that, I might have to move on that as well for a little something. But nothing official for me in this game, Jim.
Yeah, the Patriot League. Where we stay for our next spot, head to Easton, Pennsylvania, Kirby Sports Center. The Lafayette Leopards, 7-16, 4-6 in the Patriot League, facing the number 1 team in the conference. The Navy Midshipmen, 17-6, 9-1 in conference. Let's set this one up. Navy winning. They just went at home over Loyola, Maryland, 57-71. They have looked great. Look, I'm not poke holes in what Navy's doing. They have 1 loss this year at American. Before that loss, they destroyed Lafayette at home, 76-50. Just beat them up. We're up 39-20 at the half. Lafayette did not have a single player in double digits. They shot 30% from the field and 25% from 3. And they got, taken to town. Navy opened up as 9.5-point favorites, closed as 8.5-point favorites, and dominated that game. So here we go. We have... I moved on Lafayette +4, -113. I was like, maybe I'm setting myself up here, but the line didn't make sense. Navy's just dominating right now. This total opened up at 135.5, got up to 140.5 before there was a point of buyback, so it's a 5-point move towards Navy. From a point spread standpoint, I'm nervous to look at this. I did have to pay for my 4. I had to pay 3 cents for the 4. Couldn't get that 3.5. Let's see what it is here. I'm nervous. Oh, God, yeah, 4s. I should have just waited. So this opened up at 4.5, went to 5.5, then got down to 3.5, and it was 2 hours ago that it moved to 4.5. So a full point move against me, but now it's back to 4. We still had a half point move towards Lafayette. I guess I could have waited to get a better bet, but that is who I'm on. I'm on the Leopards here. 4-6 in the Patriot. Only 4-point dogs against a team that's running over everybody. Maybe I'm setting myself up here. TJ's on Navy first half -1.5. Says bet of the day in the Patriot League. It's not on them full game. Take it away for me here, Wine Time. Midshipman Leopards in Easton, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, this is my guy TJ. He likes this conference. Shout out to our guy TJ. Yeah, these are one of the I haven't had too much time to be able to actually get into these kind of conference games, but I'm not gonna lie. I think I want to back my guy Jimmy here in this spot, and I kind of want to back Lafayette on the money line here. This line does not seem right at all, Jim. I mean, this is too. I mean, Navy's playing some really good basketball, and Lafayette is not a very good basketball team. Yet they're only a 4-point underdog at home against Navy. Something tells me that something's going to give here. Navy loses this game outright here. It's the only – oh, wow, that's awesome, TJ. Yeah, so for that reason, maybe I'm not going to make this official. Like I said, if I do bet on Lafayette, probably be like for a quarter unit or something on it. I won't make it official, but I kind of want to throw a little something on Lafayette money line full game. I'll stay away from that first half. But looking at if we want to look at action, because they are giving us – I don't know. I'm surprised that they're actually giving us a ticket split here. And there is, in fact, 100% of the money is on the money line of Navy, if we want to believe that. And spread-wise, 71% of tickets and 69% of cash is on Navy. So it's definitely looking like no one is betting Lafayette here. But at the same time, I'm not really sure who is betting this game. There's not a lot of people that are betting this game. So I don't know. It's a difficult spot here for me. But I would lean Lafayette just from looking at like the line and looking at the market a little bit. The eye test, I couldn't really tell you, but something tells me Lafayette's the side here.
Good God, do I hope so here. It's going to be a stressful night. On the bright side, it doesn't look like I'm going to have too many additions here. I got a pretty full card. Let's go up into my next spot on the board. We head from the Patriot League over to the Summit League. St. Thomas, Minnesota Tommies, 18-6, 7-2 in the Summit League. They've disappointed me this year. And they're at the South Dakota State Jackrabbits, 11-12, 4-4 in the Summit League. We're in Brookings, South Dakota. And I moved on South Dakota State Jackrabbits here, 11-12 against the mighty Tommies. And it didn't make sense to me why this would be, a pick 'em, basically. I did take that 1.5. I got the 1.5 at -110, which is where it is now. Let's take a look at the line history. This opened up at 1.5, dropped to 1 last night, came back to 1.5, where it's just sitting. Plus 1.5 at -111, not doing anything. From a total standpoint here, we have a 157, opened up at 156, so we've climbed a point. And these teams played each other, and it was a very close basketball game. St. Thomas won at home, 74-69, just 2 weeks ago. St. Thomas delivered the goods. They're a tough out at home, and they took care of business. The line opened up St. Thomas -7.5, closed at -6.5. South Dakota State was down a point at halftime. South Dakota State was up 57-50 with 11 minutes left in the basketball game. Now, the Tommies took over, which they do at times, but this is a Rebenga spot for me, and I am on the Jackrabbits of South Dakota State plus 1.5. Take it away for us here, Wine Time. Tommies, Jackrabbits in the Summit League.
It just doesn't make sense. I mean, yeah, why is this line the way it is? I want to be on South Dakota State here. Might have a couple quarter unit plays here today. I would just take the money line. I'm getting a plus 100 at my book right now, but I do think South Dakota State is the side here looking at the market. Let's see if we can get with 35% of bets, 23% of cash on the money line, and about 40% of tickets, 57% of the cash on the plus 1.5. I don't know. Yeah, I like South Dakota State here. Haven't moved on it quite yet, but I think that definitely think you're on the right side in these games that we've been talking about, Jim, from a market standpoint. Just, I don't know, just doesn't really make sense to see this line the way it is.
God, do I hope so. Let's move on to the next spot on the board here. We head from the Summit to the Horizon. We're going to go back-to-back games in the Horizon League. I handled this the way I wanted to. I wanted to be on Cleveland State. The Vikings have treated me well this year, 5-7 in the Horizon. But it seemed like the market was moving very heavily towards Cleveland State. And instead of chasing the line, I was like, let's see if there's a little buyback, and I checked it out later. There was a little bit of buyback, and I thought, well, let's see if we can get some more, because this had moved from 8 to 6. It was a big move. And we've got what I wanted. We're back at 7. Twisted, I love to hear that, man. I love to hear that. So here, Oakland Golden Grizzlies coming off their 3rd straight win. Beating the mighty Norse at home. They've played well on the road here. The Cleveland State Vikings have won 4 straight basketball games. They are playing their best basketball of the year. And it's, I guess, reassuring. I didn't understand why they were so bad when they were losing earlier. They lost to Green Bay by 15. Then they went to Green Bay on Friday. I was on them and smacked Green Bay in the mouth, beat them by 7. They lost to Oakland earlier this year at Oakland by 23. Well, now they get a chance to get the same revenge that they got against Green Bay. They played Milwaukee at home earlier this year, lost by 10. Went to Milwaukee on Sunday, beat them. This is a team moving in the right direction. And I knew I wanted them. I just wanted to time it right. And Spooner says Cleveland State saved my Saturday, came through on the money line as 9-point dogs. I love to hear that. I'm on them again. But I haven't bet it yet. I maybe make that clear. I have not bet this yet because, again, it moved down to 6, and I was like, oh, God. And then I saw a buyback. This total opened up at 173 down to 169, and this is exactly what I was hoping for. We still have a 1-point move towards the Vikings. It's moved from 8 to 7. I don't care that it's moved back up from the 6. Let's see what it is right now across the board here. We have 7s right across the board. It's 6.5 at the very sharp book I'm looking at. Yeah. I'm looking at 7s here. It moved back to 7. But since it has a 5, but that was back 3 hours ago. So it's a 5-cent move to Cleveland at 7. I expect it to stay at this number. I think that we found the closing number. And I'm on the Vikings. They got revenge against Green Bay. They got revenge against Milwaukee. And it's time for these goddamn Vikings to get revenge on the Grizzlies. I'm on the Vikings in the Wolstein Center in Cleveland, Ohio. Wine Time, what do you think of the spot?
Yeah, I'm liking your cap so far, Jim. And all these last couple of games here, I would be on the same side with you as Cleveland State. Nothing official for me in this game, but yeah, it's looking like I'm seeing 6.5 at some spots right now. So it's definitely look like it's heading in the right direction from line movement and all that. Looking at let's see odds logic, what they're giving us, 60% of the tickets, 84% of the cash. Let me see what I can get from action really quick. That is Cleveland State, 35% of tickets and 22% of the cash on them, and then 6% of bets on the money line and 8% of cash on the money line. So 92% of the bets on the money line coming in on Oakland here. You're on a lot of sharp sides here in some of these smaller school games, Jim. So I'm going to be watching these games very closely because I have all these spots written down. And when we get off the show today, I'm going to look over all of them. And if I do make a move on some of these games, I'll end up tweeting them out. If I end up actually throwing some money on these spots, like throw a full unit on it, I will tweet it out and let you know. But Cleveland State definitely looks like the sharp side here as well.
Well, I'm excited. I'm excited about I'm nervous. Let me be honest. I'm not excited. I'm nervous. I'm nervous about all this action. Yankee Jay, that game is at 7 p.m. Eastern. Let's move on. So now, Spooner can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe we are 11-2 in games that were on the same side. TJ messaged me, I don't know if it was Wednesday or Friday when we had actually on the same side, and he said, well, I guess you guys should just be tailed every time you're on the same side. Well, we have one spot on today's card, just one. I get my capping and my action out before I look at Spooner. Even if he's already sent me the text message, I make sure that the main spots I want to, and I take that back, actually. I take that back. That's been the case all year, but with my struggles in January, I take that back because there were 2 bets that I had queued up and I was putting my action in and I stopped myself and I did look at Spooner's card today. And we're going to talk about those 2 games because I didn't bet them because Spooner's on the other side. I still may, but I was like, I'll just talk it out instead. This is the spot we're on the same side. We're both, and the only one on today's card, we're both on the Wright State Raiders. 10-2 in the Horizon League on the road at Robert Morris. They've won 3 straight. Last team to beat the mighty Raiders, Cleveland State Vikings, who look like a different basketball team right now. The Colonials of Robert Morris, this is the first time these teams are playing this year, so there's no Rebenga. This is their 3rd straight road game for Wright State. They went to Milwaukee, beat them by 7, went to Green Bay and beat them by 8. This is a very good Wright State Raiders basketball team, and I think they keep winning. And I'm trying not to get too caught up, especially if teams haven't played each other, on the home and road dichotomy with these small schools. We have Robert Morris coming off an 83-71 loss at PFW. They have wins under their belt. They've also lost to IU Indianapolis. I mean, they've lost to weak basketball teams this year. They're not a bad basketball team, but Wright State is coming for everybody in this conference. And I expect them to take care of business. They have a half-game lead on the Oakland Golden Grizzlies. They're not comfortable. It's PFW in 3rd in this conference. Justin says he should go to this game, but he's on some lazy shit. I get it. Nacho Cheese Dip says Wright State, right side. I hope so. So let's take a look at the line history and hand this one over to our guy Wine Time. Again, this is the only spot where it's the corner of Spoons and Bag Boulevard. We have a 2.5. I see 1-3 out there. This just moved to 2.5 30 minutes ago from the 2. Opened up at 2.5, went to 2. Both Spooner and I are on the 2, so I like that it's gone back to 2.5 at least. And then from a total side of things here, we have we have a 148. It's right where it opened. Take it away here. Horizon League action. Moon Township, Pennsylvania, home of the Colonials. And I'm on Wright State Raiders. So is DC Capper. What are your thoughts here, One Time?
All you had to tell me is that you guys are 11-2 while being on the same side in a game this year in college basketball. I'm going to be right there with you guys, and you can make it official because I'm going to throw a full unit on this. Looking at it from a market perspective, I don't watch a lot of these 2 teams, a lot of their basketball games, but looking at the market right here, I mean, a lot of money coming in on Robert Morris. The line's not really moving. You said you got a 2 at some point. It's a 2.5 now. I like that. Give me Wright State here on the road. I'll tell my guy Jimmy the Bag and Spoons here. It makes sense to me from a market standpoint as well. And if you guys are both on that, and I know Spoons doesn't look at the market a lot, or I know he looks at the market, but doesn't take certain things into consideration. So I like that you guys agree on this spot. I agree with you guys. So mark me down, Wright State. I can't get that 2. I'm just going to give you guys the 2.5 at a -110 right now.
You are in a business. And Rod's Wacky in the house says, bet over the total in Wright State games off a road win. The Overs record is since the 2025 season is 8-0. Wine Time, let's roll on. I would say that this was the bet I liked the most on the card, this one coming up here. And I am backing the Troy Trojans first half. It's my only first half bet. I don't think it makes sense on a 13-game slate to have one game that you double up on. You can't like one game that much more than everything else. So I did just keep it at a first half bet of 4 Troy. Troy's coming off back-to-back home losses. Georgia State, I mean, they're 6-5 in conference. They're not a bad basketball team. They're coming off back-to-back road losses, but they're coming back home where they have been good this year. But I will explain why I think Troy's shot out of a cannon here. This is their lone meeting with Georgia State this year, so there's no, nothing about, no prior action, no Rebenga of any kind. Troy is coming off of a game where they shot 4 of 27 from 3. They shot 33% from the field. They were atrocious. They couldn't hit a bucket to save their lives, especially in the second half. They were 7.5-point home favorites, and they were so terrible. I mean, just beyond comprehension terrible. So I think here they're 8-3 in the Sun Belt, coming off back-to-back losses, that they go to the Convocation Center in Atlanta, Georgia, and they're fired out of a cannon. They bounce back. I mean, they're not. How could they have been so bad? It doesn't make sense to me that they could have been so bad. And so I am backing them here in this one. Take a look at the line history here for this Troy spot. Here we have. Oh, sorry, I'm going to find Troy quickly. I probably should have had this set up. We have this total at 146, opened up at 144.5. There was no move. Oh, there's only been one move, 144.5 to 146, and it's just sat there. And then on the point spread here, and I almost doubled it up. Like I had it queued, and I was like, I don't think it makes sense to double up one game out of 13. It's not. It is my favorite spot on the entire board. I see a 6 out there. There's 5.5s. This opened up at 5, moved to 6, back to 5.5, back to 5 now, sitting here at 5.5. But it's the first half that I want them. I want them to feel better about themselves, come out and hit some buckets, believe in themselves. I'm looking at a 3 that's just sitting here. There is a sharp book that's got a 2.5, which I don't like because that opened up at 3.5. I don't like that at all, that they moved it to 2.5. I'm on the 2.5. Matty I says he's on Troy minus 5.5. Says people forget this Troy team beat San Diego State at San Diego State earlier this year. He says Georgia State's not good, and he's on Troy double result. The doubling up has not been working for me, and I'm going to keep true to it. But Troy first half was my favorite bet on the board from an X's and O's standpoint, not a cash flow or market standpoint, but just X's and O's. If we get to the cash flow here, we have 50% of the tickets, 86% of cash on Georgia State, and these books don't care. I'm seeing 5.5s everywhere. South Point with a 6.5. It's moved a half point towards Troy at Circa. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, I like this spot here, especially in the first half, because Troy coming off just getting absolutely destroyed and laying 7.5 points, and then losing the game prior, laying almost double digits. I could see why they're only a -5 here against Georgia State on the road, is because they haven't been able to prove that they could really cover those spreads. And even before that, they weren't really laying these kind of numbers. I think they do shoot out of a cannon here to start this game. I like the first half look more than the full game. I'm not going to end up moving on this game here. Looking at the market here really quick, let's just see what if action is lined up at all with what Odds Logic is telling us. Georgia State 50% of cash, 86% of money according to Odds Logic. And here it's 39% of bets, 30% of cash on the plus 5.5. So a little bit difference. I like where you're going with this, Troy, in the first half. I'm not going to personally move on it though.
I wonder if I think it's best to do it this way. Don't double up. If I lose the first half, I'll move live on them, and just that way I can feel a little more comfortable with the situation. Let's roll on. So the next spot on the board here, I didn't bet Wine Time. I had no. Oh, and by the way, Rodswaggy says bet on Troy when playing against a bad team, winning percentage 20% to 40%. Troy's record since 2024 season 15-1 against the spread. I didn't bet this game. I just wanted. I did not understand at all why this line was Arkansas State favored. I know that we had higher expectations on them than we've seen this year. But I didn't want to just bet it because the line made no sense to me. I wanted to hear from you guys. This is a team that's lost 5 of 6 basketball games. Arkansas State has not played Coastal Carolina this year. It's their lone game against Coastal Carolina. They just lost by 9 at home to Marshall on Saturday. Before that, they lost by 4 at home to Old Dominion. They went to Georgia State and lost 82-81. They lost by 25 at Troy. They lost South Alabama in overtime. We expected this Arkansas State Red Wolves team to be good. And they still have time. They're 4th in the Sun Belt, but sorry, what am I saying? They're not. They're now. God, they're now way down. God, because of the losing streak. So they're 5-6 in conference play. Coastal Carolina is the opposite. They've won 6 of their last 7 games. They just look terrible at UL Monroe. I don't want to put too much into that. You can overlook terrible basketball teams. But this line just made no sense to me. And instead of just betting it because it made no sense, I mean, I'm just not in a situation where I can do that. It's I'm struggling. Even though I've turned it around very briefly here, but let's see if we can do it for a distance. Let's take a look at the line and Wine Time. Tell me your thoughts on it. Because again, I didn't bet this. Arkansas State 3.5-point favorites. They opened up at 2. They're sitting here minus 3.5. Losers of 6 of 7 against a team that's won 5 of 6. It's 5 spots ahead of them in conference play. When lines don't make any sense like this, if you bet them, you generally succeed, especially in college sports, especially in college football. Maybe not to the same extent in college basketball. This is a 152 total. It opened up at 153.5, got up to 156 before it started dropping. Now it's down to 152. Take it away for us. Tell me your thoughts here, Wine Time. I moved. Oh no, I didn't, because I guess I need a little push. But this line makes no sense whatsoever. How could Arkansas State possibly be 3.5-point favorites on the road? I know we had higher expectations than what they've shown. Take it away, One Time. What do you think about this spot?
I would be on Arkansas State here. I kind of wanted to see Circa and South Point move this to a 3.5. I'm seeing 3s at both of them, the Sharper books. Let me just refresh to double check. But I think that they haven't moved this to a 3.5 yet. And that's the only reason why I'm not on Arkansas State here. But yeah, it makes sense. The line is moving towards them. I see right here. It opened up at 2. It's now at a 3.5, depending on where you're looking at. I like to see some of the Sharper books move it. Let's see. There's some, half the books pretty much have moved this to a 3.5. There is 80% of tickets coming in, 67% of the cash. To me, that's almost like, I don't even like how many people have actually bet this game, I guess. To have a sample size that's telling us that 8 out of 10 people are going to the window to betting on Arkansas State. It's another reason why I don't particularly like it. They are moving the line towards them. I kind of want to see this get to a 3.5 on Circa. I'm not going to move on this yet, but this is one of the games when I was going over this morning that I looked at that I thought was fishy as well. And I kind of want to see this get to a 3.5 at Circa. And when it does, I will move on it for a full unit.
So when Circa moves it to 3.5?
Circa and South Point, I would say. They usually are, both those books usually move around the same time, I feel like. So I think, once those move to a 3.5, I'll be monitoring that as the show goes on, and anyone in the chat. My guy Am, if you could keep an eye on that as well, then I will move on Arkansas State. I'll move on minus 3.5. Like, I don't, if they're going to move it to a 3.5, I'll move it to it. I'll take it at a 3.5.
Can you explain? I mean, Deacon says Arkansas State being too inconsistent after scoring a lot of points per game in January, up until their last 2 games. Is this? How do you make sense of them being this type of favorite, which is over a possession favorite on the road, losers of 6 of 7 against a team that's won 5 of 6, that's 5 spots ahead of them? Does it make any sense to you?
It doesn't, because, from the eye test, I'm not going to tell you that I think Arkansas State is by far the better team, but I am telling you, looking at both these teams, Arkansas State is trending in the wrong direction, and you would think that Arkansas State would be like a 3.5, 3-point favorite at home, but no, they're on the road laying this against Coastal Carolina. As bad as a brand of basketball that Arkansas State is playing, they're still beating the favorite here. I think the books are telling you that for a reason here, and a lot of people are going to probably come in and bet Coastal Carolina, as you probably should, but from a market standpoint alone and seeing this move towards Arkansas State, like I said, I want to see it go to a 3.5, but I think Arkansas State's the side here. I think the books have this line here for a reason. Arkansas State being a road favorite. I mean, should they be a favorite against really anyone at this point? I don't know. But the fact that they are here, I think kind of tells you something. Putting all their past 2 games aside, all that stuff, just looking at this game alone, that's what I could tell you.
Oh, it's a mess. Let's move on to a spot for Wine Time Sports here, and it is Creighton Blue Jays, 12-10, 6-5 in the Big East. At Georgetown, the Hoyas 12-10, 4-7 in the Big East. We're at Capital One Arena in Georgetown. The Hoyas have won 3 straight games. Barely got past Providence. We know they're weak. Beat DePaul. I mean, look, we're not talking about the height of Big East teams. And then they beat Butler at Butler 77-64. It's the opposite for Creighton. They've lost 3 of their last 4. They also lost by margin. At Marquette, they lose by 24. And then they follow that up by losing at home by 27 to UConn. So this is a team that is slipping. Now, they've played each other. Creighton took out Georgetown at home 86-83 in overtime just 3 weeks ago. So let's take a look at this line history and hear how our guy Wine Time is planning on attacking this one. We have this total right now sitting at a 147.5, opened up at 146.5. It got up to 148. It got up to 148.5. Now it's at 147.5. So we've gone up a point. And then on the spread here, and we'll let Wine Time hit the cash flow as well, if you don't mind, Wine Time.
Yeah.
We have on the side Georgetown sitting here -2, -107. Got down to 1.5 a couple times, and it's come back. Take it away, Wine Time.
Yeah, I am on the Georgetown. I'm on a -2, -110. I was almost going to pay a little bit and buy the one when it was a 1.5, and I waited too long, and all of a sudden it got to 2 at all my books, and I couldn't get the 1.5. So I'm just going to stick with the 2 here with Georgetown. This is the team in this conference that I think is trending in the right direction right now. That game against Providence, you guys heard me talk about that game at all after that game, how pissed off I was. I mean, Providence was up 21 points in the second half of that game at one point against Georgetown. Georgetown comes storming back, and they've just been playing with a lot of heart these last couple games. And I think as we get into the later end of the season, they're just going to be able to keep it up here. And Creighton, a team that I was kind of high on a couple weeks ago going back. And, I remember betting against them with Providence when Providence took them out. And everyone was like really surprised by that. And Creighton's just kind of heading in the wrong direction. And I don't really like fading them again coming off back-to-back losses. But at the same time, they're going on the road to a hectic environment in Georgetown. Looking at the market really quick here, guys, 41% of bets and 32% of cash coming in on Georgetown right now. This line opened up at a 2. It's staying at a 2 right now. We are seeing some 1.5s at some of the probably not sharpest books out there, but all my books are giving me a 2 right now. I have no 1.5s available. I don't know if I'll ever see a 1.5 again available at my book. If so, it is what it is. But I think Georgetown is the better team here. I think them being at home, they're playing the better brand of basketball. So it gets into March Madness. They're going to want to make a run in this tournament to try to get into March Madness. Who knows if they do? I doubt it, but you never know until you get there. Give me Georgetown -2, -110 here. I think Georgetown takes care of business against Creighton at home.
You are in business. Georgetown -2 and -110 for Wine Time. We roll on. Next up for us, and you won't believe this, Wine Time, but I cut a bunch of games that I wanted to talk about, and we're still this big of a list. Thank you for taking the time to work through these with me. But I did cut a bunch of these spots, and we still have this many. This game, I've not moved on. And the line, I'd love to hear from Spooner, from everybody in the chat. This line was absolutely insane to me. South Dakota Coyotes at the Kansas City Roos, Summit League action here in Kansas City, Missouri at the Swinney Center. We have South Dakota coming off an overtime loss at home to North Dakota State in overtime. Obviously upset them. They won 2 of 3 before that. They won at Omaha, and then they beat Oral Roberts 77-69. They did lose at the Tommies of St. Thomas here. It just makes no sense to me whatsoever. South Dakota already defeated Kansas City 99-83 on Jan 15th at home, and now they go face the Roos. In that game, South Dakota State was 7.5-point favorites. They were up 20 at halftime. They just completely, pulverized the Roos, who at one point, people were talking about, is this the worst team? No Gorkle, that's coming up, but we go chronologically. Is this the worst team in, college basketball in America? That's how bad they were playing at times. DC Capper on South Dakota -3. So South Dakota is 3-point favorites. 3-point favorites against this Kansas City Roos team that has won 4 games all year, is in a 7-game losing streak. The 4 games is not true. They won 1 game this year. The 3 of those wins were not against Div 1 competition. The 1 win was at Omaha. So we're talking about a team that is sitting here, I guess. So what are they? They're 1 in what? 16? Is that right? 1-16 against Div 1 competition. How in the world could they be 3-point dogs? They played Denver at home, lost by 8. They lost by 17 to Omaha. I mean, where are their home games that they've been in this number? They're 0. I guess North Dakota, they lost by 2. That came on the heels of North Dakota State beating them by 24. I mean, there's no... It's just, this is such a shocking number to me. Kansas City is sitting here +3. So this opened up at 3, and when the line came out, it immediately moved to 2. So the sharpest bettors in this offshore that I'm talking about here moved immediately on the ruse. Now it's back to 3, so it's back from where we started. We talk about lines. The Arkansas State line made no sense to me. This line was absolutely insane to me. And you know my sickness. I want to then back the line or the team that has a line that doesn't make sense. It makes me want to back the Kansas City Ruse. What do you think of this spot? It's absolutely insane here.
Oh, wow. Look, shout out to Spoon. Said Kansas City just made a big commitment to their basketball program moving forward. Hired a new head coach in Mark Turgeon. Amazing coach. Hired A&M's ex-head coach. That is a pretty big hire for a small school. And, Jim, I think that is the right play here is Kansas City. I mean, again, this line just makes no sense. And a lot of these games that we've talked about, a lot of these games just make no sense. And I think if you bet all of them, you're going to come out on top by the end of the night. You might not get all of them, but I do think you're on the right side in most of these. I think Kansas City's one of them here. Looking at the action report, they're only giving you the money line split, and it's saying 6% of the bets coming in on the money line on them. Then you're looking at Odds Logic, and it's telling you 93% of tickets, 94% of cash coming on South Dakota. Those are two things that pretty much tell you the same story here, that wherever the money's coming in on some of these books, they're giving us the same information almost. So, yeah, I like Kansas City on the money line here at +140. Again, I'm going to look at it over a lot of these spots after the show. End up texting you, Jim, if I move on some of them, if they end up just being sprinkles or what I end up doing. But this is another spot that I got circled. Haven't placed anything yet on it, but Kansas City money line +140 sounds pretty damn good to me. And I know that's crazy to say, but it's an ugly bet. But like we say sometimes the ugly bets are the best bet. So
it's insane. Absolutely insane. Matty Ice says he's on South Dakota. Everybody in the chat on South Dakota. He says it's one of his favorite bets today, Casey. He's one of the worst home court numbers in the country. South Dakota, let's go. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I don't know. I'll like to hear from you on the spot. We'll keep an eye on it. It's not till 8 p.m. And Spooner says, is this a get-up spot for the players? They're now playing for a spot on next year's team. He's trying to make sense of this. Huh? The fact that it opened up at 3 and immediately went to 2 is insanity. And oh God, I wish I just wasn't in such a hole, or I would bet it. But I'm just at this point, like I can't lose. And it's making me, and I know scared money don't make money. All right, let's roll on. So here's a spot that I had queued up. And then our guy, Morgan Spooner, will go over his other action, is on the other side. Morgan Spooner is on the Lipscomb Bisons, 15-8, 8-2 in the ASUN. They're playing at the Governors, Austin Peay Governors, 15-6, 9-1 in the ASUN. We're in Clarksville, Tennessee. And I had Austin Peay queued up, and I did not move on it after seeing Spoon's action. Now that, again, and I'll be honest, it doesn't mean that I won't. I just, at that point, I was like, you know what? Let's just talk it out, hear what Wine Time says, hear what the chat says, and then I can decide if, in fact, I do want to move on the spot. So let's pull it up here. This one pops off at 8 p.m. We're almost done our college basketball action, almost about time for NBA. And also, Wine Time, if you need a minute here, I know I've kept you here for
you're good.
2 hours here capping college basketball. And I probably taking advantage of you being back here a little bit.
You're good, bro. No, you're good. You're good. If I hop off for a couple minutes, I'll be back. You're good. Don't worry.
Come on, my man. And Spooner says he's close to moving on the Roos. Going to deep dive and see if they have an interim coach tonight here. But let's talk about the Bison's Governors here. Lipscomb's rolling, and so is Austin P. They have one loss this year in conference, and who gave it to them? The Lipscomb Bisons. Lipscomb beat them at Lipscomb 82-78. Since that game, Austin P has been winning. Now, some of them haven't looked so good. Some of them have. Their last 2 road wins I thought were great. And now Eastern Kentucky's only 3-7 in conference, but they beat them by 8. Then they beat, West Georgia. West Georgia 4-6 in conference. I mean, these are not the dredges of society. Here, Lipscomb coming off losing at Jacksonville, then beating North Florida. What have they, let's talk about the wins they've had on the road against top teams in the conference here. So they beat Florida Gulf Coast at Florida Gulf Coast by 7, lost at Stetson. It's one of their 2 conference losses. They lost at Stetson. They lost at Jacksonville. Road games that they have lost here. This makes me want to be on Austin P. But again, I mean, I've got a lot of action. Do I need to line up to be on the other side of Spooner? I don't know. And that's why I wanted to talk it out. This total opened up at 155. It's now 157.5. And when we get to the point spread here, and this is obviously the important side of things, when we get to the point spread, this is sitting with this is a big game for conference play. We have, sorry, I had it here. We have Austin P -4. A -113. So they opened up -3. They've moved to -4. It is juice to them. I see a ton of 3.5s, but this is a 4. Tell me your thoughts here. I would already be on the Governors if I didn't receive the text message, which I'm thankful for receiving. And I'm still not against, standing up and backing my action. They have one loss. It's come from the Bisons. Why do they not smack the Bisons in the goddamn mouth? Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, and they were a 2.5-point dog in that. Now they're a 3.5-point favorite at home, not coming off that loss, but their last loss was to Lipscomb. Yeah, big game for conference play right here. I mean, it's crazy. One of these 2 teams, they win their conference tournament. You never know what could happen. They get into March Madness. I don't know. Austin P, the fact that they kind of have revenge on their mind is why I would back them in this spot here. We don't really have a market or a ticket count to tell us what they think. I know on Action right now, the money line's available, and it's saying that pretty much a lot of the money is coming in on Austin P right now. If I was going to back Austin P, I'd want to see it move a little bit more. Seeing pretty much 3.5s everywhere. I mean, I guess seeing a 4.5 at DraftKings, but 3.5s pretty much everywhere else right now. That's probably where we're going to stay at here. I'm going to back off this game. I don't want to back play this game, but I think it would be Austin P. I would lay the 3.5, but again, I'd like to see some more movement towards their way. We haven't seen that yet.
Spooner says Lipscomb closes 2.5-point favorites at home. They won by 4. Now they're 4.5-point dogs on the road. Said, have you guys seen the home court advantage that Austin P has? It's not worth 6 points. Wow. Heavy action coming in both NBA and NHL. Panarin has gone to the LA Kings. Colby White has gone to the Charlotte Hornets. Wow. So we'll be talking about all of those. Okay. And then here's the second spot. They're back-to-back that Spooner was on the other side. I guess we're not almost done. We're still 5 games. I'll try to speed this up. Arizona State Sun Devils 11-11, 2-7 in the Big 12 at Utah Utes 9-12, 1-7 in the Big 12. We're at John M. Huntsman Center in Salt Lake City, Utah. Look, I understand that Utah's trash. They're playing terrible this year. But I wanted to back them. We have Spooner on Arizona State money line. We're getting into some Western schools that I know Wine Time follows closely. We'll get to the California schools here shortly as well. But this one, I wanted to back the Utes. These are 2 bad basketball teams. Yeah, and we were just talking about it. It's a great trade for the Kings. Give Panarin a spot, and he's also got some countrymen over there, and Kuzmenko and others. So Utah's lost 3 straight games. They look terrible at home versus Oklahoma State. Terrible on Saturday. 81-69 they lost. Arizona State fought hard against Arizona. I just thought maybe there was a letdown after another battle with Arizona where they really fought hard early. And I was just, kept kind of moving towards Utah. I mean, this is an Arizona State team that if we can not talk about those 2 games against Arizona where they played really well, they've won 2 of their last 11 games. You know, when have they gone on the road? Now, they played UCF tough, 79-76 loss. But what other examples of them going out on the road and menacing? There's none here. And look, I know if we go to the other side and talk about the Utes, there's nothing appealing of this team sitting last in the Big 12. Lost 3 straight. This is a team that's lost 8 of 9. Their only win was at home over TCU. Some of these teams, they played tough. I mean, they lost by 3 at Kansas State. They lost by 13 at BYU. That they had at home only lost to BYU by 5. Now I know BYU Utah is that's the rivalry. Arizona State Utah is not. Let's take a look at this line history here. We have Spooner moving on the money line on Arizona State.
Ooh.
We have this sitting right now at -1 at -116. This opened up Utah +1. 6 hours later, Utah was a -2. They're not anymore. It's a 1. It is juiced towards them. And then from a total side of things here, and we'll also have cash flow information. Maybe a Wine Time can touch on it, but from a total standpoint here, we have a 162. This opened up a 164.5. What do you think of this spot?
I want to be on Utah here, and this is. I remember we were talking about it with Spoons on Saturday when he came on to the all about the hoops. We were talking about Utah being one of the worst teams in the Power 4 division, and Arizona State coming to town. I mean, Arizona State not a good team by any means as well, and Utah definitely has probably the 2 better players on the court here in Terrence Brown and Donnie. Both of them averaging, I think, 18 and 22 points. It's pretty much a 2-man show every time they go out there. Them 2 do their thing. Get some points and get some good stats, and everyone else kind of stands around. Something tells me that both those guys are going to have some big nights here at home against a team that they should be able to beat. I mean, they're more talented than Arizona State, and they're at home. There is some elevation there, I believe, too, in Utah. I know their football is, and I believe that Utah, where their arena is, it's a little bit in elevation as well. So give me Utah here. I'm not going to do it officially, but this is a spot that I think out of all of my ones that I'm considering moving on, this is a spot that I'm going to add as Utah money line.
Utah money line. Well, giving me confidence to pull the trigger. Going to take a little bit longer for me to make that decision, but I do like it. All right, let's roll on. Next spot on the board here, Santa Clara Pacific. And, Pacific playing better basketball. The Broncos 19-5, 10-1 in the WCC. Great team. At Pacific Tigers 15-9, 6-5 WCC. We're at Stockton, California. And I'm not sure if I timed. I imagine I didn't time this right because I only got the +6. It was with low vig, but I think this is moving against me. Look, Santa Clara has been just running over teams. And they've already beaten Pacific 85-69 at home 3 weeks ago. Pacific had a 3-game winning streak, which, wasn't against the best teams in conference. At Oregon State, they won by 17. Impressive. They beat Seattle U by 2. They beat Portland at home by 23. They go to play the Dons. Now the Dons aren't as good as they were the last few years, but they only lose by 5 in a tough road game. And now they get a chance at revenge versus Santa Clara. And it appealed to me to stay in this basketball game. Santa Clara heads over to Washington State after this, so it's not a look ahead or anything like that, but they're on the road. I imagine that this is moving against me. I'll tell you, though, that this total where is it here? This total is sitting at 150. It opened up at 151.5. We have a 1.5 move towards the under. And then on the point spread here, we have here we go. On the point spread, we have Pacific +6.5. Was a 6 for a while. Moved from 7 to 6. Got back to 6.5 at 1:30 p.m., which I don't love. But God, 6.5 would have been much better. I guess I should have waited here. Cash flow wise, we have 75% of the tickets, 80% of the cash on Santa Clara. I see a lot of 6.5s at the legal books. I'm looking at Circa with a 7. Take it away for us here. Wine Time. What are your thoughts on Broncos, Tigers, and Stockton?
Nothing for me in this, but I would have a lean, I think, towards Pacific in this game here. Nothing official for me though, Jim. 25% of bets, 20% of cash coming in on Pacific right now. Seeing Circa has a 7 right now. A lot of the other spots have 6.5s. If I could get a 7 with Pacific, that would be the way I would go in this one, but I won't move on this. This won't be anything official for me.
Next spot for us here is Loyola Marymount. The Lions, 11-13, 2-9 the WCC. At San Francisco Dons, 14-10, 6-5 in the WCC. I was worried that this was too many points, and I didn't move on it. As I said, San Francisco coming off beating Pacific 87-82. They went to Loyola Marymount and lost 84-82. It wasn't that long ago. And, you know, I like that Rebenga angle here for the Dons. Loyola's on a real legit losing streak.
Bad.
You know, and so look at, you know, when you go to, well, where was Loyola Marymount's last win? It was against San Francisco. So does San Francisco have something for them here today? That was the question. I just was curious to see if this was too many points. So we have this sitting San Francisco -8, being an 8 for a while. Opened up at 7.5, got to 8.5, and then came back to 8. It's been sitting there since 10:40 in the morning. And then from a total standpoint here for Loyola Marymount, San Francisco Dons, we have this at 145.5. Opened up at 143. What do you think about this spot, my man?
Yeah, I'm not going to back LMU here. I've had some bad luck backing them at times this season, trying to feel like I'm going to catch a falling knife while backing them at times. They've been good to me in years past, and this year, this program just really going in the wrong direction, it seems like at this point. San Francisco, always a pretty good team in this conference. I think San Francisco could probably lay the wood here on them and probably beat them by 10+ in this game. So I would have a lean towards San Francisco, but again, nothing official for me in this one the last time they played. LMU was the favorite, and they ended up winning the game. What was this? Earlier this month, yeah. So that's interesting as well. San Fran's probably got some revenge, and I think they probably take care of business.
But do you think 8 is too many?
I don't think so. I think it's 8 probably for a reason right now. Let's look at the mark. Let me pull this up again. I think I already went over that, but let me just quickly look at this before I move on. Oh, yeah, so there's not really a ticket count, I guess, on this game. Let's look at Action Report and see if we can find something on there. No, money line we can. Wow, 90. I mean, if we want to believe this is true, they're saying that 99% of tickets and 100% of the cash is on San Francisco money line. So a lot of people taking them in their money line parlays, it's looking like.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and Justin McKelvey is on Pacific +7 here as well. I'm interested. I'm interested. Let's roll on and let's get through these games quick. Now, this is a game Gorky wanted to talk about. We can move through the other two games pretty quickly because I just wanted to hear your thoughts on them as I stayed off just because I knew that I had you in my pocket. So all the last 3 11 o'clock games we are capping here. Utah State versus New Mexico Lobos. Utah State's won 3 straight games. They're coming off taking out San Diego State at home. They're playing good basketball. And, you know, my man Jay Peasy sent me a message about this game. He's like, I have to back the Lobos here. And I felt the same way. I felt like this was a bet that you know, needed to be made. These guys face each other again to close out the conference schedule. And we imagine it'll be a, you know, very, very big game with a lot on the line. The Lobos haven't lost at home. They lost at San Diego State 83-79. That was their last loss. They're beating teams comfortably at home, and all they have to do is win this basketball game over the Aggies. The line made me a little uncomfortable. Let's grab the line history. I did bet and move. I bet New Mexico -1.5, -115. The interesting thing about it was that usually at these 1.5s, 2s, the money line is an option. It was not an option. It was a really expensive money line for a couple of these small favorites. This total opened up at 156. It's now 157.5. And when we get to the point spread for this spot here, for the point spread, we have New Mexico -2. I don't see any 2.5s, unfortunately. This opened up at a pick'em. I wonder if this was one of those spots where you're like, well, of course the line's going to move in the Lobos' direction. You know, that the opening line's more important than the movement. I thought about those spots, but I was with JPZ. I was like, I got it back the Lobos here. As Big Zo says, Lobo in the pit. What do you think of this spot here? Take it away. Wine Time, Aggies, Lobos.
Yeah, the Lobos, they're a good basketball team. I think these are going to be two of the teams when it comes to tournament time. One of these teams might potentially make March Madness or San Diego State. There's been a couple teams in that conference, but New Mexico's been good to me this year when I've backed them. For some reason, this seems – I know both these teams have the same records, but I think New Mexico should be honestly like a -3.5 here in this. It almost feels a little bit too short. I want to back New Mexico here. I'm with you in JPZ in that spot. I think they're the better team. I think this is too good of a game. I think this is going to be a really fun game to watch and maybe bet on live at some point. When one of these teams goes on a big run, take the other team if they get down by a certain amount of points. Like if New Mexico goes down 7 to 10 points at one point in this game, get on them live in some way. But I think it's going to be back and forth. I think it's going to be a really good game and could be a little preview of a conference championship game right here. So lean would be New Mexico. I will not move on this. This is an exciting game, though. 8 p.m. over here on the West Coast. That's 11 p.m. start time for you, Jim, and everyone on the East Coast. That's some good watching there at 11 p.m. So I'm going to be off this game, but I think New Mexico. That would be my play, but I'm not going to do it.
I'm concerned that I fell for it. Concerned. Maybe it's the opening line that's more important than the movement. But let's roll on. Justin, by the way, on the over 158 in that spot. Nasty Nate, much love to you. Yes, about Panarin. If that's what you're talking about, TJ. It's big news. Big news. Can't wait to go over all these moves. But let's roll on. 2 more spots before we get into NBA here. We have Washington State Cougars 11-13, 6-5 in WCC, and Oregon State Beavers 12-12, 5-6 Gill Coliseum in Corvallis. Oregon State's won 2 straight. It's against Loyola Marymount and San Diego. So not the toughest teams, but they handled themselves on the road. They bounced back from that debacle at St. Mary's and they're playing better basketball. The same can be said about Washington State. They're coming off 3 straight victories themselves, but they all came at home. On the road, they've looked bad. They look good at St. Mary's, but they've looked bad overall. And what did they do? Washington State at home, they took out Oregon State, 81-67 back on January 4th. So here's Oregon State's chance to fire away. And I'm interested. I'm interested here. Oregon State sitting at +2. That's exactly where they opened. Maybe that means that this is too much of a coin flip to move on and that I should stay off of it. But I'm interested in the revenge. I'm very, very much interested in it. I guess the issue is, again, why is Washington State the favorite here? Yeah. Maybe I should just let this one. I'm more comfortable about letting go the longer I sit with it. This total is sitting at 147 from an opener at 149. Take it away for us here, my man.
Yeah, I think this should be Oregon State -2 here. These teams similar records here, playing in Corvallis. I think Oregon State should be the favorite here, and for that reason, I think Washington State might be the side here. Looking at the mark, a lot of tickets and money coming in on Washington State right now, though. So I don't know. It's a tricky spot. I would say do not get involved with this game right here. Stay off for me, but I don't know. I feel like Oregon State should be the favorite here. And if they were the favorite, I would probably be on them. If they were -2 here, I would probably be on them. I don't want them catching 2 points here at home. Might be I don't know. I don't want to say it's a trap by any means because I wouldn't say it's a trap, but I don't know. Something tells me Washington State's the side here.
Yeah, I'm going to stay off of it. And Twisted 24/7 says no, it's Washington State and the Huskies. Let's talk about the Huskies. Our final game in college basketball today on the card. We have these Huskies facing the Iowa Hawkeyes. I know this football team near and dear to your heart here. The Washington Huskies basketball team near and dear to my heart. And shout out to Nate Robinson and Brandon Roy. The good times. So long ago. We're at Alaska Airlines Arena in Seattle, Washington. This total opened up at 139.5. It's now a 141. And then on the point spread here for this one, we have, here we go. On the point spread, we have Washington +2.5 at -113. Now, while I had Oregon State question mark, I do have the Huskies as a question mark here. They opened up +2.5 after about 6 hours, went down to 1.5. Now we're back at 2.5. Still, there's been a 3-cent move towards the Huskies. I am comfortable with all of that here. And then let's get into the rest in that situation here, but I have need to take a second to pull it up. So why don't we hear your first take on this spot, Iowa Huskies, my man?
Yeah, I was on Iowa on Sunday night, guys. Took care of business quite easily against the Oregon Ducks. Oregon came out in that first 5 minutes and made it a ball game, and we were able to get even better number on Iowa Live. And it was a kind of a tough spot, Iowa going on the road to Oregon, and here they go. This is another road game going right up to Washington. So this is an interesting game that I don't want to get involved with because you guys know I'm not going to come on here and fade my Iowa Hawkeyes. They've just been doing so well to me. I mean, you're going to tell me. So Washington, Oregon, I would say Washington is a better basketball team, but Oregon is pretty badly bruised with injuries right now, but I don't think it's too far off here. And Iowa was laying nearly double digits against Oregon. Here they are laying, what is it right now? What are we seeing? -2.5 right now, right where this opened up. As people should coming in, taking Iowa, 64% of the bets, 72% of the cash on Iowa. Line's not moving. It's a very tough spot for Iowa on the road. I know they've been on the road and they're just going up to Washington, but something tells me that this is Sunday was the spot to get on Iowa. Iowa's going to be a team that will be back in March. They'll be there in the tournament when it's all said and done. Washington will not, but something tells me that this is like a must-win game for Washington at home, that they're able to somehow get this victory. So it's a lean towards Washington. I just can't do it. I think Bennett Stritz is going to be the best player on the court here for Iowa, can make all the shots on the court. Really good shooter as well from long range. So I don't know. Something tells me Washington's the spot, though. Iowa's the better team, but Washington gets it done here somehow. I'm not going to move on it, though. But Washington would be the pick for me.
I was thinking that as well. I mean, Washington took out Oregon by 15, too, so it's not, though. I wonder if it makes them a little comfortable. Prime VA 75 says take the over in this one. I'm interested in Washington. I don't know if I get to the window. Let's do a review of all action here. So the side here that I've not moved on. SC Upstate first half. I don't think I'm going to get there. Michigan State. I'm not sure if I'm going to get there. Gardner-Webb. I had to cut some games because I knew this was going to take too long. Gardner-Webb's disgusting. And the 11.5 I was interested in because I have a sickness. Cleveland State, I'm going to move on now. I just wanted to wait for the line to move back. Arkansas State makes no sense to me. Florida International, the line was moving against me, and I just let it go because it was too long. The Kansas Ruse, that line is insane. The opening line is insane, and I think I'm going to have to move on it. The Austin P spot, I don't know if I can. The Austin P in Utah, I'm going to go over both of those again here. That's with spoons on the other side. The Dons, I'm interested. I'm comfortable staying off of Oregon State, and I have interest in Washington Huskies. And then my action that I've bet, I'm on BYU -6.5, Seton Hall +7.5, Duquesne +7, Radford +3, Providence -3.5, Loyola Maryland moneyline, Lafayette +4, South Dakota State +1.5, Wright State -2, Troy first half -2.5, Baylor -7, Pacific +6, New Mexico -1.5. And I'll see what I'm going to add. Definitely Cleveland State. Probably the Ruse, even though I feel sick saying it. Wine Time, can you please review your action? And also, I'll send Wine Time's XN on the chat when we're done NBA, but keep an eye on additions. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, we've got 7 plays that we've tweeted out, but I've got a lot of games that I'm going to go back over as the day goes on. We are on Baylor -7.5, -110, Providence -3.5, -110, Minnesota +9, -120, Georgetown -2, -110, Alabama -8.5, -110, Stanford moneyline +150, and Wright State -2.5, -110. Those are all the official plays that I have so far. Duquesne +7, something I'm looking at very hard still. Villanova was another spot I was looking at. I might, since you're on the other side, I might just end up staying off that game. I have question marks next to Radford moneyline, Loyola moneyline, South Dakota State moneyline, Arkansas State. Has a couple question marks next to it. I'm just waiting for that 3.5 to pop up at Circa. And Kansas City, that other game we were talking about, the money line, has me a little bit interested as well. So a lot of games to go on later today. We'll see if I end up adding these more plays.
So Wine Time on Friday. It was our first show back in business for a long time. And I got crushed in NBA. You didn't get crushed. and you've had a great season so far. All the records are up to date. And we did really well in college basketball. So I'm curious to see what we do with NBA here. I got cocky. I bet 4 totals. I lost them all. Since then, I bet 1 total, and I cashed it. But I just got cocky. I was excited to have you back. I got cocky, and I took a beating in NBA. And I'd like to change that here. We have a very comfortable 7-game card in NBA. We have Wine Time Sports back in business, and I feel like I led you in the wrong direction in a couple spots that you joined me on in NBA. I want to continue what we did in college basketball on Friday, but we need to flip the switch here in NBA. Let's roll. We start Denver Nuggets 33-18, 19-8 on the road at the New York Knicks 32-18, 20-6 at home, which is Madison Square Garden in New York, New York. The Nuggets coming off losses here, and they're on the second half of back-to-back. They lost at Detroit 124-121 last night. This is a real difficult 3 games in 4 nights because you're playing the Thunder, the Pistons, and the New York Knicks. I mean, that is a very, very difficult test for them. The New York Knicks are also on the second half of back-to-back. They beat up on the Wizards last night, 132-101. They're also on 3 games in 4 nights. So this is not the easiest matchup for either team. This is the first time these 2 teams are playing against each other this season. Let's take a look at the expected lineups. The High Owl liking the Denver Nuggets. And I've been saying this all year. This is the right time to bet NBA. I really do think so. The afternoon, market's marinated. We have a real sense of who's going to be in and who's going to be out. Not always the best sense, but a sense. Here we have the Denver Nuggets getting healthier. Christian Brown is probable to play. Gordon is out, and Johnson is out as well. But they are set and locked in. Brown came back on Tuesday, and he's an important piece to this team. So this is a second game back. We can now a second of a back-to-back, which that's why he was on the injury report in the first place. On the other side of things, Hart is questionable. Deuce is out. Hart is questionable for the New York Knicks. So he sprained his ankle last night. I don't know if he will be in this lineup. I think that you can expect to see some Shamet and Clarkson. Chris Warren on the Nuggets plus 8.5. Saturated is on the over in this one. Let's take a look at the line history and then the cash flow and hand this over to our guy, Wine Time Sports. First off, here, line history wise, and again, you know what, we're focusing on the movement on the offshores, but we'll take a look on the legal books. This opened up here with Denver plus 6.5. Immediately went down to 5.5, but this was back to a 7 this afternoon, and now we're right back at 5. So a lot of movement in this one, a ton of movement. From a total scenario here, we have a 227. This opened up at 223.5. The first time that it got up to 226, it went right back down to 223.5. So this is the second time that it's got up to those numbers. And when we get to the cash flow for this spot, I'll let I got to flip back to I'm on college, so I got to flip back to NBA. So I'll let Wine Time touch on that. Wine Time, take it away. Your thoughts for our Game 1 Nuggets-Knicks.
Yeah, this is an interesting game right here. I was on the Denver Nuggets yesterday on the money line, and one of those times bit me in the ass. They covered the spread, the plus 5. Didn't cover the money line. They were down pretty much the entire game, though, had to fight their way back, but almost had the chance to take it to overtime. But with that being said here, something tells me that Denver is the spot here. Looking at it from the market right now, we've got 51% of bets, 58% of cash. Coming in on New York, this line is moving towards Denver. I believe this open, like you said, 6.5 at some spots. I saw 6.5 before we got on the show today, and I was thinking, I wanted to back Denver, but I was like, you know what, that number is probably where it needs to be with New York. New York probably takes care of business, but now to see this get down to a 5, I'm not sure what's happening. I'm not sure if it's because Josh Hart he's now questionable going into this game. Is he worth a point and a half? He might be, because he's a big X factor on this team defensively. Just the way he impacts the game. 100% maximum effort when he's out there on the court. It's the reason why he plays so many minutes. But I mean, if he's not out there, I think Denver Nuggets money line here some nice plus money here going on the road in Madison Square Garden. You got the Joker ready to rock and roll. That's all I need out there for the Denver Nuggets. Jamal Murray will be with him as well. So I think the Nuggets can win this game outright. This is a Denver Nuggets money line spot. I'm not going to move on it quite yet. If the reason why this is moving towards a 5 because of the Josh Hart news, if he's not going to play, if anyone has that, if they know if he's going to play or not, if he's not playing, I'm on the Denver Nuggets money line.
And Dougie wise, free bands play day is the Nuggets +7.
Good number.
This is a ton of travel. So Denver plays Oklahoma City at home on Sunday. On Monday, they fly to Detroit. On Tuesday, they play at Detroit. Game's over, they fly to New York. Here they play New York. I know that the Knicks did have to go to Washington, but that's pretty easy travel. I don't think I could take a 5, honestly. I don't. And now jealousy's got in the way of making money. But here, I'll just tip my hat to those that got the 7s. Chris Warren got the 8.5. I'll just tip my hat, and I'll see if it comes back. But I'd like to fade the Knicks after winning by this kind of a margin over the Wizards, and the Nuggets coming off back-to-back losses. But I can't move on. I don't like. I'll just tip my hat to those that got in earlier, see if there's buyback, which is possible, but it just doesn't appeal to me at this number. What do you think?
I mean, if you got in at the 7 to 8, if I was going to move on this game, I wouldn't move on the 5. I would just move on the money line. But let's say if I was able to get the 7.5, I mean, that's a good number right there. 8.5, I think you mentioned someone getting, you probably had to pay for that a little bit, but that's a good number right there because I think the Nuggets are going to win this game outright. I'm not moving on it officially yet. I want to get the news of Josh Hart or, if anything, why this line moved to a 5. You know what I mean? Once I figure that out, I think throughout the day, these next couple hours, I'll figure out if I want to move on the Nuggets or not.
I enjoy the 2 hours after the show immensely. You get some quiet. You have all your notes in front of you. You've gone over everything. You decide what to add, and it's. I really, really like it. I can't take it here at the 5. I'm trying to see. Oh, here we go. There we go. Like my computer's acting up. I'm not getting things as fast as I'd like. Can you see? What did Circa do with this line? Maybe I should just try refreshing it.
I believe it had a 6. I'm trying to refresh my thing right now too because I couldn't. It wouldn't pop up the line history for me on here, and now it's. I don't know if my computer's acting up right now, if it's being slow.
No, that's not your computer because now the board blank.
It is.
Okay, yeah, that's happening to me too. Okay, that's fine. Dougie Wise talking about the winning streak here for the New York Knicks. Yeah, they're playing very good basketball. Prime caught the 6.5 earlier. Dougie Wise says loves to fade long win streaks. Yeah, it's Oh no, I'm back. Okay, good. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, but they're not letting me see the line history. Let's check a different book. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm curious when this moved back to a 5 because when we were capping college basketball, I wasn't paying attention to it, but it definitely was at least a 6 or 6.5 before we capped college basketball.
All right, well let's roll on here. Unfortunately, but great job. Great job to those of you guys who got that number. Let's move on to Timberwolves Raptors here. Wolves Raptors is our next spot on the board. Over here.
40 minutes ago, TJ said it was got to 5 at 2:55 Eastern time. So yeah, about 40 minutes ago.
So here we have Randall and Ant both questionable. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. He was listed as questionable before our last game, and he played. They won 137-128, and he played 40 minutes. So he's dealing with a thumb injury. You'd have to think that he plays again. And look at TJ saying it's down to 4.5 at sharp changes. So that's a huge, huge move. Wow. Then we have Ant listed as questionable here. So, we just saw him drop 39 when he was questionable. I mean, this guy, he's got some MJ in him. And MJ, he wants to play every game, which I respect. We all do. Then for the Raptors, Pirtle is out. IQ, Ingram, Barrett, Barnes, Murray, Boyles is your 1 through 5. Coming off a 107-100 victory at home over Utah on Monday, the Timberwolves spend a few nights in Memphis, and they fly up here for this one. So let's take a look at the line history and set this one up. Sorry, let me get back to my notes here for this one. Raptors are on the first of a back-to-back. They host the Bulls tomorrow night, 14-11 at home. They've been a phenomenal road team all year long, but not quite the same at home. We get to the line history. This totals at 227, opened up at 224.5, got down to 223.5 before, climbed up to 227. And then on the point spread here, we have the Raptors down to +1. They opened up at 2.5. If this public is all over Minnesota here, then it's time to move, I think, on the Raptors. The Raptors are the right team to take on Minnesota because they're so athletic, they're so defensive, they can defend every position on the floor. We can force Gobert off the floor very, very easily. Gobert is a problem. Gobert is not effective against the Raptors. 64% of the tickets, 59% of cash on Minnesota, 84% tickets on the under, 62% cash on the under. Yeah, I'd love to see Circus cash flow. Goracle says that Sabonis RJ trade maybe. Yeah, we know that Sabonis is on the table for the Raptors. We just don't know if we're going to move on him. With all these trade moves, you probably want to wait pretty late before moving. But why would we not be on the Toronto Raptors here? One time, take it away. Oh, you're muted, my man.
Apologies. Yeah, that's who I would be on this spot, would be the Raptors on the money line here. I mean, I've talked about it before, guys. I think this team could stay healthy for the playoffs. You got 4 different guys in that starting 5 that can give you 20 every single night. And when you have that, you've got a team that can go 7 games against anyone. And I think the Raptors are built enough to take out the Minnesota Timberwolves here. Seeing the number right now, +1, depending on where you're looking, +1.5 at some spots. I would just move on the money line with Toronto here at home. Same record here. I don't know if I'm a little shocked. I don't know if I thought that Toronto would maybe be the favorite in this. Maybe they would be the -1 here, -1.5 here, just because they're at home. They've got the home court advantage being in Toronto. Minnesota having to go through customs, all that stuff, and it's definitely going to be a sellout crowd there in Toronto tonight. So I'm a little surprised that Toronto is not the favorite here. That would be my only reason, I guess, why I would say I'm not on this, but seeing 64% of the tickets and about 60% of the cash coming in on Minnesota, the line is moving towards Toronto. Maybe the books just had this number wrong. I don't know. But it is moving towards Toronto here, and that's where I would be. I'm not going to make this official again with injury news. I don't know if Randall or Ant, if one of them is not going to play out there, if maybe that's the reason why this moved a couple points. I'm not sure. But I'm going to stay off it as of right now, but Toronto would be the side I would move on.
I'm not going to stay off it. I'm going to move on the Toronto Raptors here. They get up. They care about Ant coming to town, about the excitement. They care. I think they step up here. Let's move on to our next spot on the board. Boston Celtics, Houston Rockets. The Celtics, no Hauser, no Vukovic, no Vooch now on their team, and no Jaylen Brown either. So it's Pritchard, White, Shearman, Walsh, and Quaid. KD is probable. Finney-Smith out. So Boston not looking to continue this winning streak. Second half back-to-back. They beat Dallas 110-100 last night. The Rockets have won 3 straight games, coming off that 118-114 victory at the Pacers. Shout out to Dutch Boy Fresh, who was on the Pacers here. TJ says money line +107 or +1.5 or +100. Against the Timberwolves, I completely understand the sentiment from Wine Time. I completely get it about taking the money line. But Wine Time, wouldn't you say if you could get the +1.5 with no VIG at +100 that would appeal to you?
Oh, if I can get a +100, I would move on that. It's a free 1.5 for paying no extra price. So yeah, I would do that.
I agree. I would take the +1. And of course we're dealing with Ant. You're dealing with Ant with seconds left in the game.
Second shot, yep.
Justin McKelvey on the Celtics plus 5.5. Rockets are on the first of a back-to-back. They host the Charlotte Hornets tomorrow. So let's take a look at this Celtics situation, Rocket situation with the line history, and then hand it over to Wine Time. We have Houston -7. Wow. So it's opened up -6. It dropped down to 4.5. And then I guess at 1:36 p.m., KD went from questionable to probable. Or no, Jaylen Brown maybe went to out.
Brown, yeah, he got ruled out. When we were talking college basketball earlier, I saw someone in the chat said Jaylen Brown was ruled out.
Chris Warren looking at Durant over 2.5 threes at plus 110 here. Cash flow wise, we have 57% of the tickets, 61% of cash on Boston, 85% tickets on the under, 88% cash on the under. Take it away for us here. Wine Time, Celtics, Rockets.
This spot, it would be Houston Rockets or nothing for me, guys. You guys know, I mean, Celtics are one of the most profitable teams I've been taking this year, and this isn't a spot where I'd want to take them. Although it's not a spot where I'd want to fade him either, just because Jaylen Brown and a couple of guys are out. You still got Derek White out there. You still got Peyton Pritchard out there. Both those guys can go out there and shoot lights out from three, and both of them could easily make combined for over 10 3-pointers made in this game. Got guys like Walsh that are going to go out there and get minutes, guys that are going to go out there and do some dirty work for you against a Houston Rockets team that, again, though, is really talented. They've got a good starting five out there. If Celtics are healthy, this is a lot better of a game, obviously. Jaylen Brown not being in this one, I'm not going to back the Celtics, but I'm not going to fade them either. Because at the same time, I feel like, yeah, it's Celtics. You know, they're one of the best teams in the NBA champions a couple years ago, all that good stuff. That this line isn't more in favor of the Rockets aren't laying double digits without Jaylen Brown. And it just looks like there's going to be a lot of mismatches out there, but something tells me maybe Celtics give their best effort when their star player is out. So I'm going to stay off it as of right now.
I guess, yeah. I mean, Boston put out a lot of energy in that 110-100 victory. Third straight win. Now we have KD back. Maybe this is just too appealing. They've played once this year, about 3.5 weeks ago, and Rockets dominated 128-101 at home. So the main issue here is that the boys will step up with those missing pieces. That's the issue. You expect the Celtics.
I think I could see Derek White and Pritchard just, somehow just drilling some 3-pointers when no one's really expecting it, when they get in some open looks and one of them gets hot from three. And, I could just see it happen. But I'm not enough for me to move on it.
Huh. I have some interest in Houston, but I don't know at this point if I move on it. Let's move on to Pelicans Bucks, our next spot on the board here. The Pelicans, pretty healthy group. Murray out, but that's it. So Murphy, Jones, Bay, Williamson, Derek Queen. For the Bucks, it's a mess. No Prince, no Portis, no Harris, no Antetokounmpo. Turner and Cole Anthony are probable. So you have Amir Coffey on playing the 3 with Antetokounmpo out of the lineup. The Pelicans coming off the 7-point loss at Charlotte. I pushed with the Pelicans. I thought I capped that so well. Again, it's two things that you need to succeed at: capping and betting. And with my cap, I should have been on the Pelicans first half. It shouldn't. The 3 p.m. the switch, the Hornets coming off, I think it's beating the Thunder, and now they had to go play the Pelicans in front of nobody. The first half under cashed, so it was okay that I pushed the full game, but still the cap was right. The betting was wrong. Pelicans being on the road now for a minute. They lost at Philly by 10, lost at Charlotte by 7, and the Bucks snapped their losing streak last night. They're on the second half of a back-to-back. So the Pelicans are in game 3 of this road trip. They play at Minnesota next, and they have a tired Bucks team. But Chris Warren backing the Bucks. Saturated says Pelicans smash. Look, I really like the backing the Pelicans. I think we're finding a lot of spots where they're just being completely disrespected by the market. This feels like one of them. Pelicans opening up but what am I saying? How can the Pelicans be favorites against any team in the NBA? I guess that's more the issue. I mean, who cares that this lineup is Rollins, Green, Coffey, Kuzma, and Turner? God, Turner's been bad. But I guess the Pelicans' favorites on the road is, I guess that's the insanity here. Let's take a look at this line history. Opening up at 5, got up to 6, sitting at 5.5. I mean, it's just the line's insane. Have the Pelicans been this big of a favorite against any team in the NBA this season?
I don't think so.
And here they're doing it on the road. Total opened up at 221. We're now at 222. I mean, I would need to pull up this market and see everybody on the Bucks. Oh, and there we go. TJ saying circa 54% tickets, 90% cash on the Bucks. Line moves towards New Orleans. And TJ saying you might roll with circa here. I mean, I don't see, honestly, why you wouldn't. Overall cash flow, we have 50. Oh, sorry, we have 54. Oh no, that's 54.90 overall. Wow. This is a crazy number, and it's a number that I wouldn't expect anybody to want to back the Pelicans. And it's there for a reason. It's moving there for a reason. It makes me feel like the Pelicans are not a must bet, but a must study. What do you think here, One Time?
No, I think it's must bet. I think Pelicans are going to take care of business here. They're on the road in Milwaukee. I know Giannis is out. Their whole team's out. And, I don't know. Miles Turner, what the heck's up with this guy this year? Not even averaging 13 points this season, coming over from the Pacers, not playing well. Just last year they had Dame, they had Giannis. They had a team that was trying to compete, but it looks like this team is going to be in ruins for quite some time because Giannis I don't think he wants to be there. I don't think they want him there anymore, so he's going to get moved. And this Pelicans team, they still got Zion Williamson. They still got guys like Trey Murphy. I know Jordan Poole's not going to be playing in this one. They still got some guys, some decent basketball players out there. And, the Bucks got Kyle Kuzma. They've got Miles Turner, got Porter. They got a couple guys out there. But I think this line is telling for a reason. I mean, you're talking about a 13-win Pelicans team is laying 5.5, depending on where you're looking right now, against a Milwaukee Bucks team that, I think in the public eye still thinks, they're not that bad. So they still got some guys out there. I think the market's telling us what we need to know here, and that's moving towards the Pelicans with a lot of the money coming in on the Bucks. We're talking 90% of the money. So, give me the New Orleans Pelicans, a minus. I just don't know if I want to take – I haven't moved on it yet. I just don't know if I want to take the 5.5 or the 5 at a juicier price at a minus 120 because that's the best number I can get. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give out the minus 5 at minus 120. That's what I'm going to take here. First play of the NBA card.
Yeah, I get it. I think that I mean, it's just a sickening thing to back the Pelicans at this number, but I get it. And I think I'm very likely to join you. Let's talk about our next game here on the board. It's a interesting one. And our very own Jose Bouquet will be here for this basketball game live to see a Oklahoma City Thunder team without SGA, without Chet Holmgren, without Alex Caruso, without J-Dub, without Lou Dort, and without Hartenstein. All out of the lineup.
What are the odds of that? That's rough right there. And he probably got the tickets ahead of time when they were priced here.
He's probably so pumped up. Now he'll still have a nice night out, Head over to Frostbank. Spurs are on the first of a back-to-back with travel. They play at Dallas tomorrow. All of these guys out here for the Thunder. For the Spurs, no Sean, no Olnick, no. Sorry, I should say no Olnick. Harper and Castle are questionable. All of those guys are out here for these Thunder. So it's Wallace, Joe, Wiggins, and then we have Kenrick Williams and Jalen Williams at center. For the Spurs, if Castle's in, it's Fox, Castle, Vassell, Champagny, and Wemby. We have the Spurs coming off the 112-103 victory at home over Orlando last out. And the Thunder just beat Orlando by margin last night, 128-92. Loyalty Chisel in the house. He's on Spurs plus the points. Chris Warren on Spurs money line. Let's take a look at this line history here for this one. And we have Satchert said McCain going to be nice for the Thunder. He's not available tonight, but yes, excited to see him in the lineup. This total is now a 219. It dropped from the 225.5. Got as low as 217. So at that point, there was some buyback. On the point spread here, we have the Spurs minus 9.5. Opened up with the Spurs minus 2. Got down to 1. Was a 1 up until midnight. Well, I got back to 1. Look, this was a 1 at 2:07 p.m. Wow. Thunder were minus 1 at 2:07 p.m. Absolutely wild here. Dougie White says, I think the Spurs destroy them. Prime saying South Dakota State just moved to minus 1, by the way.
Wow.
Well, that's wonderful news because I didn't hesitate there. I took South Dakota State plus 1.5. Take it away here for us, Wine Time Thunder Spurs.
Yeah, interesting spot. I mean, the entire Thunder team is out here. I mean, if you're going to back the Thunder here, I would maybe back them early. Maybe these guys go out and give some good effort there in the first quarter, first half. But I think as this game goes on, I think San Antonio is going to wear these guys down. This team's, I think, too good. And I think there's going to be a lot of mismatches there, especially in the second half when OKC, a lot of these guys that haven't been playing a lot of minutes, start playing a lot of more minutes, and they get a little bit more exposed defensively. So nothing for me on this. I mean, look at the market, 62% of bets, 76% of cash on the Spurs. It's obviously 9, 9.5, 10, wherever you want to look right now. I mean, they're a double-digit favorite against the best team in the league for a reason because all their guys are out. So it's probably a San Antonio spot. I'm not going to move on this game. This is an ugly game here. Shout out to our guy Jose, though. Hope he has a good time at this game.
Yeah, I get it. I'm off here. Let's roll 2 more games here on today's show. 10 p.m. Eastern. Memphis Grizzlies 19-29, 8-13 on the road. Sacramento Kings 12-39, 9-16 at home. We're at Golden One Center in Sacramento, California. The Kings opened up minus 2.5. They're now minus 1. This got to a pick 'em. They're back minus 1. Even if Sabonis isn't traded today, I don't think he plays. I think they rest him so that they can trade him. So I think this line will move. This totals at 222.5. Opened up here at 222.5. Got to 223.5. Back to 222 and a half. We get to the cash, or sorry, when we get to who's in. As I said, Sabonis, questionable, but I don't think he plays. Murray out, and then for Memphis, same old story. Now Ja out, Edey out, Clark out, all the new players from Utah, which we don't need to go over. Nang and Hendricks and Kyle Anderson, they're all out. Pippen doubtful, Aldama questionable, and of course there's no JJJ. So this is a Memphis team that's just giving up on life. Jerome, Coward, Wells, Jackson, and Aldama. Chris Warren says, can you imagine putting money on the Grizzlies or the Kings? Yes, I can. Yes, I very much can. Let's take a look at the line. Oh, we did that. I can. I love bum fights. I love the worst teams in any sport playing against each other here because, to me, the Grizzlies have just let go and given up. I think that you want the Kings, and you want the Kings as soon as Sabonis is announced out. I don't think you can bet them now. I think Sabonis will be announced out. It's clear what management's telling Memphis. They're saying, give up, don't try. So I think we just wait patiently here. 53% of the tickets, 72% of the cash on the Kings. I don't like that. I think that might change when Sabonis is announced out. Tetrade says not even the Kings want the Kings. Let's hear from Wine Time Grizzlies Kings.
I mean, if you look at this matchup from a talent perspective, you look at both these starting fives out there. I mean, you got future Hall of Famers that are playing for the Sacramento Kings and Russell Westbrook, DeMar DeRozan. I mean, I would say DeRozan. I don't know if he's a future Hall of Famer. I shouldn't say that. It's a big statement right there. Zach LaVine's not. But you got a lot of talented guys on that roster. They're making a lot of money to play the game of basketball. And that's pretty much all they do out there is play basketball and do a lot of one-on-one game. You look at DeRozan. I watched the game on Sunday. I think it was Wizards against the Kings, and I was on the Kings in that spot. It was a small favorite at 2.5. And, man, DeRozan and LaVine just had to try to just go out there just playing one-on-one basketball. They both scored over 30 points, and it just wasn't enough to beat the lonely Wizards. I don't know if it's going to be enough to beat the lonely Memphis Grizzlies here today because you look at this right now. I mean, the Kings should be like a 5.5, and I know the Kings are really bad. This team that they assembled is really bad, but I don't know. This was the first game I wrote down when I capped the card this morning, is that I wanted the Kings at a -2, and now I'm seeing them at a -1 right now. So I don't know. Is
that because the books know that Sabonis is out?
Maybe that's probably what it is. I'm gonna guess, at least. I mean, but still, you still have DeRozan, you still have Levine, you still got guys like Malik Monk. You got guys that are making a lot of money against guys that aren't making any money. So I don't know. Maybe the Grizzlies go out there. I get that they've given up and stuff, but maybe these guys that aren't really playing for much are playing for much. They're playing for more minutes, playing for more stats. Maybe they show up here and want to take it to the older guys and DeRozan and company. So it's a tough spot. I'm not going to – I want to back the Kings, but it's like, how do I back the Kings here? You know, at this short of a number, it almost seems too good to be true. But at the same time, they're probably one of the worst teams in the NBA, if not the worst team in the NBA right now. They're definitely one of them. So it's too tricky for me. I'm not going to move on this spot, Jim, but I don't know. Kings, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't like saying it out loud, though.
You know, I hear that Sabonis expected, like Godfather saying, to remain with the Kings through the trade deadline. The trade deadline's tomorrow at 3 p.m. He does not play tonight. That's why the line is this way. When he's announced out, maybe it moves a little bit further, or people then feel comfortable about the line. At that point, I think we move on the Kings. But again, this is going to take time. Let's move on to the final spot on the board. Yeah, Dougie Wise, Jose did send me the message. Yeah, he sent me the message.
Chris Paul to Toronto? What? No way.
I immediately said, well, I asked him, is he going to actually play? Or is it just a contract?
Coach.
Let us know here. But let's talk Cavs, Clippers. Obviously, our heads were all sort of blown with the Harden for Garland trade. I think the problem with Garland is that they can't count on him to be healthy. And, you know, at that point, I don't know why teams trade for those players, especially in violent sports. Now, basketball's not one of them, so you expect them to come back and be available. And I would just want Harden out by any means necessary. I mean, he was already told he wasn't getting extended. So now it's fun for NBA fans and for basketball fans to see what Harden can do besides Spider. It's not going to be, well, who knows? I should wait and see here. He's not obviously in the lineup either. It's Mobley or Strus. And Garland obviously not in the lineup either. Now, we did think it was possible that they could be in the lineup. I think we're all a little surprised that neither's in the lineup. I think one of the things that you get from – I think that you would think that Garland would be happy, but you know, he's banged up. But when teams are playing against each other and trades are made, the player is like, I want to play right now. We get that in hockey all the time. They want to play right now. I'm surprised that neither is playing here in this one. But we know who the lineups are going to be, and there's no surprises, so that's good. Dunn, Sanders, Leonard, Collins, Zubac for the Clippers. For the Cavs, Mitchell, Merrill, Tyson, Wade, and Allen. Let's pull up the line history here for this final spot on our show. Thank you guys for joining us, and thank you to Wine Time, a 3-hour session. I hope he makes a ton of cash tonight to be rewarded for all of his hard work. We have the Cavs coming up that 130-111 loss at Portland. Win with 130-111 win at Portland. That was coming off the loss at the Suns, 126-113. Clippers coming off the loss to the Sixers, 128-113. And I wonder what the vibe is, you know, without Harden in the lineup. I wonder what the vibe is. This total, as I said, the 222 and a half. And we get to the point spread here for this one. We have this sitting with Cleveland minus 2.5. This opened at 1.5, now 2.5. Always uncomfortable making moves, betting in around trade deadline time. What do you think of this final spot on the board, my man?
I want to be on the Clippers here on the money line plus 110. That's the way I'm leaning towards right now. Trade. You know, I mean, the Clippers, they like guys that get injured, though. I mean, look at Kawhi. He's been injured his whole career while being with them. So they go out and grab another guy that's injury prone, get rid of the old man Harden, and he joins old pal Donovan Mitchell, the two guys that pretty much always take teams do well in the regular season. When it comes down to winning, when it matters most, they choke when it matters most. It's been a proven thing over the last decade or so. Donovan Mitchell, I think I wouldn't say he's an old head up there with James Harden or anything like that, but I do think Donovan Mitchell is going to need to prove something going forward. He's going to have to win some playoff games here these next couple of years. The guy, the player on the Cavs that said that they should give Donovan Mitchell the kind of ovation that they gave LeBron James is absolutely wild, in my opinion, because Mitchell has not, I don't think, won a playoff series yet for Cleveland. So with that being said here, I think trading for Harden, it might help you this season, but I don't think that's going to get you the chip that you want. I don't think that's going to even get you to the Eastern Conference Finals. I think it's going to probably get you a first or second round exit. With that being said here, I think the Clippers still like their team that they're going to be throwing out there right now, even without Darius Garland. They still got some guys out there. So give me the Clippers here, money line plus 110. I haven't placed it yet or tweeted out, so I'm going to place it as we speak. And that will be my second play of the day so far.
I agree with the idea behind the bet. What do you make of this line movement? 1.5 to 2.5 over to the Cavs. 80% of the tickets, 92% of the cash on the Cavs. The line following very slightly. What do you make of it? Are you? Yeah.
I'm seeing twos pretty much across my board right now. I know there's some books out there that are offering the 2.5, but I mean, with that much money on it, if it only moves a half point, I won't be too worried about it. If this game, let's say if the Cleveland Cavaliers close at a 3.5, I will be a little bit worried, but I don't think we'll see that there. I think that this line has probably moved as much as it's going to. I think the most it's going to get up to is a 2.5. I'm getting twos across my board right now, so I don't need the 2 points. I'm just going to take the money line because I'm getting plus 110 on the money line. So some nice plus money there with the Clippers.
And so we knew about the trade yesterday. So, I don't know. Garland's been out. We already knew that Harden was going to be out. So I don't.
I'm pretty surprised that everyone's hammering Cleveland right now, from what it's looking like.
Huh. Yeah, I'm interested in joining you. I just need to sit with this for a little longer because, to me, it's not a player personnel move that they're actually somewhat concerned about all this money on the Cavs. Not much concerned, but somewhat concerned about all this money on the Cavs. If this was at a standstill. I think that Kawhi steps up. We have the over 36.5 points, rebounds, and assists for Kawhi from Justin McKelvey. Saturday says the Clips are kind of trash without Harden on the floor. They're kind of trash with Harden on the floor. But they've been winning of late. The whole move towards Cleveland was, I think he's just so angry that he wouldn't get extended. He's so upset. He's like, yeah, go to Cleveland. It's hard to go from LA to Cleveland. So Can't Stop says money will change when things get closer. All right, let's do a review. This was ugly. I'm so happy that we spent the hours on college basketball, honestly. Now.
Yeah. We've got a nice college basketball card. This NBA card, though, I was expecting to at least have 3 plays. I only have 2 right now, and we'll see if I add more. But, yeah, I'm glad that we've got a nice college basketball card.
Well, I'm interested. Kyle Hintley, my man, what up? Great to see you. I'm interested in your spots with the Clippers and the Pelicans. I'm going to be on the Raptors. I'm going to bet the Raptors. And I'm not set against backing the Rockets at this number. I want to sit with your idea about these guys, these role players stepping up. The Pelicans number is disgusting. Who in their right mind would want the Pelicans as a favorite of 5 points? And I have that sickness too, so I think I'll join you on that one. I would like Sabonis to be announced out, and I have interest in Sacramento. I guess this is just going to take more time here. Shout out to our guy Kyle Hintley. Dougie Wise looking at Rockets first half. I'll copy and paste that for sure. Kyle, thank you, man. We just put in a 4-hour session of capping, and it's pretty sweet to have that dono here at the end of it. Thank you, Kyle, my man. Respect and love. Tom Miggins on the under in the Rockets game. So Wine Time Sports, Clippers money line, Pelicans -5 at -120. And what was the third of the trio? Oh, no, you're at 2 right now. That's it.
2, but okay, Kings -1. I've got question marks next to. We'll see. I feel like I'm going to end up moving on them. It's saying it out loud. I don't know. I've lost some money back in the Kings this year, and not a good basketball team to put your money on. So we'll see, though.
It's a sick NBA card. Well, let me ask you, but we have this huge college basketball, so we can focus on that. And we're coming off a great Friday working together, so I hope that continues. Why are you not on the Raptors?
Let me pull that back up here.
It's
really
totally fine, like
quick.
totally legit. I just want that in my head as I
think more so is if they have Julius and Ant questionable right now. Do I think one of them is going to play or not? And if so, I don't know. If one of them's not going to play, Toronto should definitely be the favorite here. Toronto should definitely be. I think at home they should be laying the 1.5. So I think maybe that's why I think if Toronto was laying a 1.5 rather than getting the 1.5, I would probably be on Toronto. Just because they're at home, I feel like they have a good home field, a good home court advantage here, especially on a Wednesday night here. So I don't know. I think that the place is going to be going nuts, and I think that they probably should be the favorite here. And the fact that they're not maybe has me a little trepidatious on it.
I think the line's right to me because the Raptors have a better road record than the home record. They're only 3 games over 500 at home. And look at the name on the jersey.
That is true.
Anyone's going to want to – are you telling me I could get the Timberwolves at even money against the Raptors? Simon, I think that would be the underlying thought process. Dougie Wise says if Ant plays, good night, Raps. We are the perfect team to defend Ant. No disrespect to Ant, who's a phenomenal basketball player, but we are the perfect team to get athleticism and strength in his face. So, I mean, he's a great player. No disrespect there. Wine Time, phenomenal work, man. This must have felt like a real sesh that you just put in, man. I truly, truly will be cheering for you heavy, so you get richly rewarded for all of your hard work. Unpop your X handle here in the chat. Man, we are all, and I speak for all of us, we are all so pumped up to see you in San Antonio. One thing that is going on, though, from G and a bunch of our LA guys, is the flights are a mess right now. They're not like the $99 flights that you got last year.
Yeah, it's weird. Well, I've been flying San Antonio the last 2 years. I've done Spirit. A lot of people have bad things to say about Spirit. When it's a nonstop airline, I've never had any problems. I've never had any delays, and I've flown Spirit numerous times, and it's usually about $100 round trip. Right now, I think through Delta, it's $450. So it is a big – I think Spirit's not flying from LAX to San Antonio anymore. So I think that was a big I think that was the big thing. I couldn't figure that out. But when I was booking the flight, I couldn't do Spirit anywhere. Yeah.
I tried to help, and I looked in, and I wasn't getting anything good either.
Yeah, I'm like the king. Like I'm good at finding flights and prices and stuff. And I've been looking, and I keep as it got into January, I was like, maybe it's just like a month in advance they'll be booking, and I'm seeing nothing from even February or anything going into San Antonio. So it's gotten more expensive.
The cheapest I found was $372.
Oh wow. Was that a stop or no?
No, that is direct.
Oh wow, it's actually a good deal right there.
That is direct. I
think Delta was like $410. I want to say.
Okay, well I'll send you this link that I just found $372, but it sucks, man. That makes so much sense. Chris Warren says Spirit does fly into Austin. Interesting, and Frontier too. That's interesting because what if you and G and a whole bunch of guys did that?
Let me look that up right now as we speak.
That may change things. Thank you guys for that heads up. Okay, that if we find something good, then we can let everybody know, man. Okay, thank you. Hit that link. I put Wine Time's X handle here in the chat. Tone Miggins. The levels play today for the Spurs long gone. Great job, Tone, getting those prices, man. It's got to feel good. Prime says, crazy how you can fly around Europe much cheaper than you can fly 2 states away in America. It's crazy. I wonder if that's an option. That's a great idea. Thank you, Chris Warren, for just letting us know so we can look into that.
Austin, Texas. Let's see. The date is 25th.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Something good?
If I could find something that's... Oh, no, there's no flights available.
Okay. Huh. I will. I'm going to try and figure out. It just sucks because that cheap flight was so wonderful.
It was crazy. I can't believe we were getting away with it for that long. I was like, how is Spirit doing this?
G's even talking about a road trip, driving instead.
Wow.
So we'll be in touch with all that. Wine Time, thank you for all of your hard work, my man. I popped your X handle here in the chat. Man, we're so happy to have you back, and we can't wait to be sitting beside you in San Antonio. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show, my friend?
Oh, always a pleasure, Jimmy, my guy. Hope we're richly rewarded today with our action. Looking forward to doing this as always with you. I'll see you on Friday, my guy. Shout out to everyone in the chat that's been here. Hit the like button, guys. Share the video. We'll be back. Tune in this Saturday too as well. All about the hoops. Me, Daby Cab and Guns picks. Gorky, Kong's in there. Stacks will get in there. All the fellas. Shout out to everyone. Get to San Antonio too, guys. I think Nasty Nate said it, 49 days away. I get on that Wednesday at around 2 o'clock p.m. So I'll see you guys there Wednesday, 2 p.m. Looking forward to it, guys. I'm out. Let's go.
There he is. Wine Time Sports in the house. Let's bring on the backbone of Pub Sports Radio here to help us put a bow on the proceedings here on Pub Sports Radio. We got action. We need to move on. Thank you, Big Zo, my man. Please welcome SN1P5 Bouquet in the house. Jose, how are you, my friend?
I already took one L today on those tickets. I already took the L. I bought the tickets this morning.
You bought them this morning?
Yes. Unbelievable. So the line was 1.5. I was like, all right. Everyone's in. Click. SGA's out. Okay, great. Well, everyone else will play, right? Right.
Man, that's a tough break, my friend. It's a tough break.
Unbelievable. That's why the NBA is fucking trash.
Yeah.
Adam Silver, you motherfucker. It's unbelievable.
Let's do a review of all action here, Jose, and then I got to get action in. We have Stacks play today number 1, Alabama, Texas A&M over 179. Stacks play today number 2, Baylor -7. I'm on the Bruins at +115. I timed that very poorly. I want to add the Jackets. I'm interested in adding the Jets. AM is on the Jets. I'm on Nashville, Minnesota over 6 at -125. I didn't want to press the button. I don't like betting these very simple, clear overs, but it's moved a half goal and it's juiced heavily to the over, which is crazy to me. AM's on the Predators +111. I still am interested in the Wild. AM's on the Sharks at +247. Money Millz gave us Macklin Celebrini over 3.5 shots +102. I have interest in the Mammoth. AM's on the Blues, and I have interest in Dallas. I just want to see at what point this line will stop moving away from them. I doubled up on the Oilers, actually a little more than that, 2.5 units. Hammered them. For me, it's a hammer spot. Oilers -130 and the Oilers -1 at +124. The problem is that AM's got me really interested in the under. And I hate, but I think I move on, and I have to bet first period and full game, which makes me uncomfortable. I want to kind of keep things clean, but it makes sense. I'm going to be on the Vegas Knights -1.5 on the puck line. AM is on the Canucks +249. And then I should have been on the Kraken earlier. It's my fault for waiting. It sucks that I waited. First period and full game. I'm also going to be on unders in Kraken LA Kings first period and full game. So I got to make those moves. Dougie Wise, free bands play days, Denver +7. We have Spooner's college basketball action. West Carolina money line, Tulsa -1.5, Furman +6.5, George Washington money line, Wright State -2. Wright State is the corner of Spooner and Bag Boulevard. We're 11-2 on that corner. South Carolina State +3.5, Lipscomb +4.5, and Arizona State money line up +105. Let me put that all in the chat here. That's too many letters. Let me just move. So let me just move Arizona. There we go. The Arizona State money line there's at +105. Zubac just ruled out. Jesus, what a mess. Thank you for that information, Godfather. Oh, no, because we already have Wine Time on the clip show. Then lots of movement here. I'm going to study the under. I know it's moved maybe too far in that Seton Hall Villanova spot. We have Daby Cab on Ruben Dominguez over 2.5 threes at -109. Wine Time moved on Alabama -8.5. I'm interested in joining him on that. Wine Time on Minnesota +9. Then Wine Time on Baylor -7.5. I'm also on Baylor with them. I got 7. BYU, Oklahoma State. I'm on BYU -6.5. Wine Time on Stanford money line. I'm going to take a closer look at that. Then my action in college basketball here, and my whole night is based around, I guess NHL, I'm going to add a bunch of action here, but it's predicated on college basketball. BYU -6.5, Seton Hall +7.5, Duquesne +7, Radford +3, Providence -3.5, Loyola, Maryland money line, Lafayette +4, South Dakota State +1.5, Wright State -2, Troy first half -2.5, Baylor -7, Pacific +6, New Mexico -1.5. And then for additions, my additions revolve around Arkansas State. Maybe it's too many points now. The Ruse of Kansas City, which is horrifying. And then those two spots that I would have been on the opposite side of Spooner, Austin P and Utah Utes. The Dons are probably expensive for a reason. I'm interested in the Huskies as well. So I'm going to go over all of those spots that I didn't move on. And then in the NBA, I want the Raptors and the Pelicans. And then I'm going to wait for the Kings to, which I expect them to announce the bonus out, and then I expect to move on them. So I want to wait for all of that. Maybe they announce Sabonis out, and maybe then we move on Achua props. So time to think about that. And Jam says, damn, no Zubac. That's why you cannot touch NBA till 6 p.m. Eastern time, or these lineups are confirmed here. Kong giving you love. Jose, my friend. Jose, stick around after we close here because I want to go over. We got videos coming in from our cappers. I'm excited about our big NFL Pop-Up Super Bowl edition. So stick around here when we're all said and done here. Thank you for all the work you do behind the scenes and on camera with us, Jose. The Godfather, Kongs, Clips, Jam, Big Zo, Dougie, Wise, Spooner, Jay LeBron. Thank you, guys. Yankee, JJ, Jason Meyer, the El Dorado Custodian, Sham, the Dog Catcher, Dimitri, Tone Miggins, Prime, Virginia, Chris Warren, Worth It. Thank you, guys, man. M the Great, Saturated. Thank you, guys. Kyle Hintley, and thank you for the dono. Thank you for blessing our action. Justin McKelvey. Thank you, guys. Can't Stop. AC, Can't Stop, Won't Stop. Dizzy Donut. Thank you, guys. 7 Fire. Thank you all for your support. It means a ton. It's a very, very, very important day. We've got back a little bit in college basketball. I need to get back a lot more. 14-4 over the last 18, but it's just been coming up the worst month I've ever had in any sport in my life. Must change it. Los Chewy, thank you, my man. Spencer Hicks, Jose Perez. Jose, my man, thank you for your hard work. Please bless our action and lead us into the future. Oh, but thank you. Thank you to our guests on the show, AM Sports Picks, Dabra Kadabra, the Magic Man, Wine Time Sports, MMA Locker Room, and Wine Time putting in a 3-hour sesh. Thank you, Wine Time.
Battler.
Yeah, man. I cannot wait to see you guys in San Antonio. I need it so bad. Wine Time, thank you for your hard work. Jose, please bless our action and lead us into the future.
Yep. Again, like Jimmy said off the top, Pubblepalooza is almost here, guys.
49 days.
Oh my goodness. You blink and it's already March here. So be aware, get your flights, everything in order. I wish everyone luck. Obviously, it'll be a whole lot of fun. By the way, Jimmy, the only bet I've given out on this program for the last month or so, because baseball is in hibernation and college basketball is difficult, to say the least. The U.S. to win the World Baseball Classic, it's now minus 120. Jesus, I got plus 150. I forget what I got already.
Yeah, I believe that was it.
But good God, I didn't expect insurance to come in and just fuck everyone. Classic. The U.S. knocking out the competition before it starts, but we'll take it. We'll take it this year. We'll take it. But shout out to you guys. Baseball will be here before we know it. The pitchers and catchers report in 6 days. Good God.
Wow.
Good God, Jimmy. We're gonna get buried. It's gonna be a whole lot of fun. I can't wait. Cannot wait. The baseball work begins soon. So good luck, everyone, and let's go. Leche. Hey, los bookmakers.